as Scream starts screaming in the background.
Scream's ready to get
First
started.
things first, I think we should introduce the new person in the room.
Welcome.
Would you like to introduce yourself, or do you want me to introduce you?
I count as a person?
Real names or
Yes.
fake names?
No, you count as a potato.
I want to be a potato. I am the potato of the room. Hi, I'm Brandy. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hello.
Brandy and I work together, and she's really cool, and she plays D&D, and I finally convinced her to come join a session.
Excellent.
I have people anxiety, and she finally beat it out of me.
Yeah,
That's fair.
we try hard. Actually, what really happened was I let her into the Discord, and she saw how fucking weird you guys all were, and she was like, never mind, this is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is completely fine.
It's all good.
I'm
None of
happy
us
to
are
be here
normal.
now.
Yep.
As long as you don't scroll too far up on the memes page, you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
I've already scrolled way too far up because I have nothing better to do with my free time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's okay, though.
Excellent.
Join Destiny 2
Yeah.
with us. It's fun, I promise.
I tried. I suck. I'm more of a Call of Duty because I can actually kind of work and
You won't
win
go
on
broke,
that
I
one.
promise.
No one said you had to be good.
Yeah, but I have to be good or else I start crying on the video game because I can't keep up.
It's alright. Brian is self-proclaimed really bad at PvP in Destiny 2, so.
Oh, I am awful at PvP. I will put a hole through my desk. It makes me unreasonably angry.
It's the only thing I'm so good at in Destiny.
I'm so
You're
bad
gonna
at
strike- I mean, you
PvP
stood in front of me while I
Destiny.
was shooting a grenade launcher.
Wait, what was that, Paige?
I'm so bad at PvP in Destiny that I just turned it into a challenge to see how many people I can kill by punching.
You know what? That's a
Maybe
Titan
should-
thing to do.
That's fair.
Very fun.
I am so
do play Titan,
incredibly
yes.
mediocre at Crucible that I cannot do any competitive mode, but I do all right in regular.
I play competitive, but it's the only thing I'm actually good at.
I'm a hunter. You'd think I would be good at PvP. My whole class is centered around it. Nope, don't touch it with a 30-foot pole.
Warlocks are
Just to be
overpowered.
clear,
Yes, they are.
the last time I played Destiny 2 was during the first Iron Banner event of Destiny 2.
Oh my
god.
Ooh.
That was.
Oh
Oh my
God.
god.
Even I know how long ago that was.
That was 7 years ago.
Good lord.
Bro, you need to
Bro.
try it again. It's gotten better.
Holy
I
shit, I've been
promise.
playing this game for 10 years.
The last time I
Holy
did all
fuck,
right
I'm-
in a
I'm
competitive
making
mode
you
was
think
back
about
when
that. I don't like it.
Wait, what was
Okay,
that, Liam?
the
so
last well,
go ahead.
we should the last time that I did decently in a competitive mode was back when Trials of the Nine was still a thing.
Oh god, that was also 7 years ago.
So now that we've gotten that all out of the way, is there anything else anybody needs to do or ask before we get started?
Anything you need to ask me?
I mean,
How much money is it gonna take to bribe you into playing D2 with us?
Oh my god.
Maybe Liam can convince her.
No.
Liam, do
Okay.
it. Liam,
No.
do it. Liam, do it.
Please.
God,
Please.
We need to
Join
get
our
a winning
clan.
team. We need to get a winning team.
I will
mean,
not
I
be
will.
doing
I'll
that.
join
Thank you,
your
though.
clan.
Is
Damn. Yeah,
Join us, Kira. We can play forever and ever and ever.
Oh, also, Destiny 3 is currently being developed. Thought I should mention that.
Jesus
Is it?
Christ.
Yeah. Oh hell yeah, more shit to waste my
All right,
money on.
all right.
Let's
We've
go.
got everybody. We've got a game to play.
Thank you. So, again, is there any game-related questions that anybody needs to go over anything before we get started?
what is formal wear for a stick? Is it like
I would say that Katya has, like, fashioned a little, like, she found some material and has made you, like, a little tux out of, like, some leftover black material that she found somewhere, question mark?
She just wrapped some moss around it.
Yeah, probably.
Nice.
Don't mind the stench. It's actually Chanel.
Oh my god.
Moss and a bit of twine.
Yeah, she made a little tie out of, like, a mushroom or some shit.
Oh, yes.
She
That's
drew
a
a
long,
little
long mushroom.
smiley face on you with some of her charcoal that she uses to draw with. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be great. It's
gonna be
so
great.
somebody better draw art of that while we're having this session tonight. I swear to God.
Also, I need to abduct a Birdman.
What?
Will you have done
much
that
fun.
before? Because, like I said, there's about a week leading up to the beginning of this session. So if there was anything you wanted to do before, it
Who
would have been done.
abducted a Birdman.
Okay. Was
Preferably
there?
something like a Corvian?
Okay.
Okay.
Roll me a. Let's see. Roll me a charisma check.
All right. Ooh, I'm good at those.
Just Apollyon or
Just for Polyon.
Let me just get the roll. Okay, there's that. And then let me get the sheet. That is a grand total of 38.
Okay.
Ah,
You were able to successfully lure this bird in and swipe his appearance.
All right. Cool.
Are you going by a different name while you are taking the form of this person?
I'll workshop that.
Okay. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so if there's nothing else to be covered, I am going to ask what I always ask. Who wants to do a recap?
Can the new person suggest recap so I kind of know what's going on?
I mean, there'll be a recap, I promise.
That would
Oh, never
require
mind.
us to know what's going on.
exactly.
All right.
That would require us
boy.
to be present.
That's very
Hearing.
reassuring.
Last time
I'm gonna
on
start
Dragon Ball
making
Z,
you guys roll for the recap at this rate.
Please don't. I don't remember shit.
This is why we take
Party
notes.
encountered Stick.
My notes are.
Stick gave
I have
curses
notes.
to people.
Lost
Can I
into-
read
Can you
my
read
own
your
notes?
own note?
No.
We're lost into the vastness of space.
No.
God bless. So, encountered Stick, yes. Who
Yep.
cursed people, yes.
Yes.
Bad luck from Pridwin. And Apollyon couldn't speak anything other than squirrel and demonic.
Yeah, for about like 2 days.
I literally
And-
saw the floor as lava and would get burned if I touched it.
Yep.
Yes.
For Brian, the floor was lava.
Oh, and Apollyon gave a really big story.
Yep.
Some deep lore.
Y'all got some very,
Mhm.
very deep lore for your boy Apollyon.
It's not over yet. You guys can always ask questions.
Yep.
Well, I mean, yeah, your lore isn't over. You're not dead.
Yes.
Gonna have to die for that to happen.
He's done that once already.
Aw.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
So, anything else you guys think is important to mention from last session? Question mark.
There's a bird that was knocking its face on wood.
Oh right. Pridwin was
Fridwin
mating
got
for-
used as a mating
Yeah.
pool.
Fridgebird.
Yeah.
I forgot about Fridgebird.
Yeah.
A group of hunters declared war on us.
Ah, yes! There's what I was hoping you would mention. So you guys are now officially no longer buddy-buddy with the Ock.
I mean, they didn't declare war on us so
Yeah,
much as
they
they
just
said that
kind
they
of-
no longer trust us.
Yeah, it's just like we're no longer buddies.
That's the same
It's a
thing.
fine line.
In Russia,
know,
that's
every
the
Every
same thing.
interaction with that group has been.
We don't want to play
Negative.
with you anymore.
I'm gonna
They
unadd you on
unfriended us on
Facebook.
Facebook.
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh,
official
God.
unfriending. I think maybe even one of you got blocked. Like,
Oh no.
Oh damn, you guys really messed up.
Truly,
We
we're
do that a
falling
lot.
apart.
Happens at least once a game.
I think that was the biggest parts of that. Anything else anybody feels relevant to mention before we get started?
Mating ceremony? Question mark?
Oh yeah, that. Isn't Pidge doing that?
Pidge is gone.
Oh
Yeah, Pidge
No,
is.
it's Solon, isn't it? Pidge is somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Solon
Pidge
is the one
abandoned
we're
us.
offering to the bird sex cult.
Birds and feathers do truly
Don't worry
flock
about it.
together.
Oh god.
We are never gonna get into this game.
We're really not. Okay, so basically all of that to say that last session was very much an information session. You guys got some deep lore, you learned some interesting things, and overall you made your way back to Sokolov territory, where the group has decided, moving forward, the best course of action is to attend the event that is about to take place. And you all had a week to prepare. Leading up to this event. Apollyon has effectively changed his appearance. You guys haven't seen your demon friend around for a hot minute. Pridwin has spent the majority of the week trying to convince Brian how to be civilized, ? Katya has spent most of the week trying to figure out how to make an outfit for the stick. And
The stick has been
chit-chatting.
reading on a wall.
Stick has been holding a wall up for sure. Solon, what have you been doing over this week leading up to the banquet? I mean, you are about to walk into, for all intents and purposes, the wolf's den.
Mentally preparing myself.
Yeah?
He's just been in the cave twiddling his thumbs, being like, oh god, what have I gotten myself into?
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. So, the week has passed, and now you guys are traveling with the Sokolov attaché, heading into the territory where you guys first entered the Beastlands, heading into Volkov. And as you guys are traveling, Gillesse has given you guys some outfits that would best help you blend in a little bit better. You're looking through them, and there's a little bit of variety, but all of you have kind of gotten your say in what you would like your outfits to look like. So, if there's any comment on that you want everybody else to know what you're wearing, totally down to hear it.
I have art.
Fridwin does have
was
art.
not able to make art. But I will make art.
Regular ass clothes. I don't know. I don't have art. Don't draw.
It's all good. You can post your art in the art page if you want to.
Whoop.
Yeah, so there's those three in their regular outfits. Solon always looks nice and professional, so I'm assuming you didn't have to change.
I mean, he changed it more into his formal attire.
Your
It's not-
formal, you like polished the arm and everything.
Yeah, it's got the red fringe, more of the red fringe on it.
Gotcha, okay. And while you were walking, Gillesse has made himself available to you guys if you have any questions or want to go over anything last minute during your travel to get to Volkovo. Is there anything that you guys need to cover with your host?
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely are the other honored guests here likely to make failed threat?
He kind of slowly turns to look at you.
Ryan's just squinting at him and being like, huh?
What exactly are you insinuating here?
I don't know. I've never been to one of these. I lived on a ship.
Gillesse
99% of my life.
slowly looks towards you, Pridway.
I don't think
He
that they're
tried
going
in
to
his
threaten
defense.
us. At least not immediately.
His defense, he did try to prepare me for this. It's
Uh,
not his fault my memory is ass.
God. You also would notice that Gillesse is the only one traveling with you guys right now because... Or Gillesse and Heidel are the only ones traveling on foot with you guys. The other representatives of House Sokolov are all flying because they have wings.
Ooh, Apollyon can fly too.
Apollyon can fly too.
I will say that Apollyon has not revealed himself as a bird yet.
So you're still in your normal form right now?
No, he's in bird form. He just hasn't revealed that he's
Oh,
Apollyon.
I see. So I bet you probably went ahead with everybody else then.
Yeah.
So Apollyon, you would notice that among the representatives of House Sokolov, Iona and Akara are both present.
Okay.
They're probably the most chatty with you,
Mhm.
and you see an air of excitement amongst the youths that are going.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a lot of murmurs about the fact that one of these hasn't been held in a very long time.
Hmm. He's mostly just listening while they're all the youngsters are talking.
Yeah, as you do.
As you
So,
do.
yeah, you guys, are there any other questions that you guys had for Celeste before you get there?
Not for Celeste, but Ryan's just gonna be like, hey, wait, has anyone seen Apollyon?
I
Look around.
don't think I have. I'm assuming he's probably going to turn up.
Weird.
He does that, Liam says, looking at you.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm trying to formulate a plan, but honestly, I have no clue what to expect.
If you see me saying something I'm about to say that I shouldn't, just like punch me in the face or something.
Lunala
You
reaches
have
into
full
her
permission.
bag and like pulls out a spray bottle for you, Pridwin. She goes, "Don't worry, I came prepared."
I will stop you in an appropriate manner if you're about to say something stupid.
Minerva looks over at Liam and does the finger quotes appropriate. Lunala kind of holds the spray bottle up more.
I'm not going to cause a scene.
It would be funny.
But that's what our group is best at. I'm not actually here. I'm in your. It's the voice of Apollyon in your heads.
No, so we're all just
Right?
going insane. Gotcha. Slightly insane.
Oh my god.
This is gonna be fun.
So, you guys have been making your way through Volkovo, or Volkov specifically, and you notice that once you're getting into the southern area, if you guys want to look at the map, getting closer to Volkovo itself, it's not so much a city, not like Lagova was in Medvedev, but more like scattered towns and villages set into deep, dark forest. The trees are so tall that you can't see above and beyond them. And very often, you would have no sense of where you are, if not for Gillesse guiding you. And at times, there are moments where he even doesn't seem to know where he's going, and will often light up into the air to get above the tree line to double check himself, to make sure he's not leading you astray. Finally, you get to a point where the trees start to thin out, and you hear the lapping of water against stone. If you want to post your map in
hold
the
on, let me
Maps
see.
tab.
Maps and layouts. Here we go.
So you guys find yourself on a road, a well-beaten road, but one that is small, worn by foot traffic. And in the hints of mud in the deep earth beneath the trees, you see paw prints. Very large paw prints. Solon, I need you to roll a wisdom save for me. Stolen.
I'm here. That would be a 18.
Okay. You see these paw prints, and for a moment, you feel a flicker of fear tingle down your spine like fingertips. You steel yourself. This is something you need to do. And perhaps there might be some answers here. This might be the closest you've ever come to getting real, hard evidence and information. So you guys continue. You approach, and the trees thin out as you near a large gatehouse. And on either side of the gatehouse, you see two massive wolves sitting. And at first, you think they're statues because they don't move. Their eyes don't even seem to track you as you approach. But the slightest rustle of fur, the twitch of an ear at a sound that you can't quite hear in the distance, you're sure that these are real, guarding the entrance. And when I say big, if Apollyon were standing next to you, they would be a good 1.5 feet, 2 feet taller than him. And I think he's the tallest out of all of you.
That's a tall boy.
They are very
And
large.
Brian try and pet it.
You want to pet the wolf?
Big scary wolf.
As Brian
I tried to
slowly
do that.
raises his hand, Pridwin
It's very
slowly
okay.
raises his and pushes it down.
Fine. I won't pet the giant dog.
Luna kind of is like nudging you with the spray bottle.
30 seconds in, and we're already about to cause an international incident.
Giant
When have we
dog,
not?
What do you want from me?
This is going to be the worst day of my entire life.
Oh, it can't be that bad.
It can't get worse.
Oh, it
Mine
can,
is
I
better.
assure you.
In my experience, the courts are the most terrifying place you could ever be. Politics are even more scary than the world ending.
Balian isn't here, but he would agree.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
How
So
bad can
you
politics
guys
really be?
stop at the gatehouse, and Gilles kind of flourishes his wings a bit, and one of the wolves kind of regards him. There's a low growl for a moment, and then the wolf notions with its head, moving you further in. And you continue. You come to a fork in the road. And off to your left, you hear the sounds of hooves clopping against stone and earth. You hear snorts of beasts coming from a series of buildings you can't quite see in the distance. Gilles leads you on to the right, though. You continue walking. And you notice, even inside of the castle walls, it's like a forest. Nature abounds here. But not so much to hide the massive structure that is now looming in the distance. The very southernmost edge of this fortification, you see an enormous castle. Not just a castle like Sokolov's, like any of the others you've been to, but this one is fantastically big, and it has a strange circular quality to it. As you approach, you see a lot of mingling going on outside the gates, as it appears several other groups are arriving at the same time you do. You wait your turns, allowing the others to go ahead of you, and finally you are ushered inward. You walk through extremely large, tall hallways, the sounds of your footsteps echoing. And in the distance, at all times, you think you're hearing howls. conversations that you can't understand and you're not sure that you want to. And you're led forward until eventually you come to a massive throne room. It's circular, set in the very center of the keep, and as you step in, you notice that the impossibly high ceiling, it isn't really a ceiling at all. It's dark. The stars are out above you, and as the clouds break, the moon shifts, and light pours down on the throne in front of you. The throne is empty. However, there is a figure standing in front of it. You see this guy. Hold on. I gotta grab him. He straightens
He
a
looks
bit
cool.
as you enter. And you notice that you are the only group at this time that enters. He's almost waiting for something, and Gilles steps forward and bows, his wings flourishing out wide on either side of him as he does so. I assume that the rest of my group has already arrived. The wolf lowers his head and nod, but his eyes aren't on the Sokolov leader. His eyes are on you, passing over each and every one of you. I have a question for Pridwin.
Oh?
Do you have your house insignia visible?
As I said before, none of the Rhizostomas would have their house insignias at all on any of their stuff.
Here's my second question. Is Lunala still wearing your coat of arms?
Again, no, absolutely not.
Just making sure. His eyes pass over, lingering on you for a moment at the odd coloring of your skin.
He also looks like he's about to throw up.
That
Oh,
too. And then
Yep.
they continue moving. Welcome, House Sokolov. I'll have someone show you to your rooms. It is unfortunate that our current alpha is not here to welcome you himself, but he had other matters to attend to. Gilles kind of straightens, glancing at the rest of you, and bows his head slightly again. He seemed to be holding his breath in this moment, and as you guys are led out and into another hallway, he lets it out. You see a faint look of relief, but it's only a faint one because this night is just beginning. Standing in the hallway, you notice that it's very circular, and not having a map, it's very confusing to you. There's nothing labeling which way that you should go or where you should be. You simply see on either side of the hallways that lead to the moon phases, you see that specific phase on the wall. Gilles, under his breath, within earshot of you mumbles, "God, I hate this place."
Believe me, I've never been more uncomfortable in my entire life.
This is going to be very, very interesting.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the rooms that we are to stay in are... He turns left. He peers down one side of the circular hallway. He turns right and looks the other way. This way. And he starts walking. Do you all follow?
Yeah.
Sure.
As we're walking, Pridwin will also probably talk to the party. I think it should go without saying that we should not share any information unless with anybody here unless it's absolutely necessary.
I'll agree with that.
Seems like a reasonable request. No?
Katya nods. Liam and Minerva do the same. As you're walking, you pass by several groups of wolves. Some of them are walking on 2 legs, some of them on all 4. They all regard you with a strange, serious look. They don't say anything to you. They don't stop you. And eventually, as you make your way around the hallway, you hear a giggling sound coming from the distance, and the sounds of many voices all at once. Here we go, Gillette says. He turns down and you find yourselves in the guest wing. Many different doors, a lot of them standing open with large groups of people inside of them, all different kinds of creatures. In one room you see several people that appear like lions and tigers. In others you see some that look a lot more human. Eventually you start hearing a voice that sounds kind of familiar to you. Apollyon, you guys got here earlier, and the girls, much to your chagrin, have been braiding your feathers. You don't know how you got in this position. All you know is that you have been stuck here for the last hour and a half while they, primp and toy with you. Oh, did Dylan die?
Damn, can't believe
God,
he's
is he
dead.
playing Destiny 2 again?
No, my bad. I'm here. I'm drawing. I was listening. What happened with Apollyon?
So the girls, you guys got here earlier, and for the last hour and a half, you have been getting your feathers braided and primped and bothered by all of the Sokolov girls in the room.
As one of royalty, he's just sitting there enjoying it.
It's
He has a
so
poker face,
enjoying
but
or getting annoyed about it?
As you guys walk into the room, I'm assuming Apollyon's spouting some nonsense to one of the girls.
yeah.
You hear Apollyon's voice as you guys turn into your wing, the Sokolov wing, and there are several rooms in this area. It's kind of like a quad of rooms for each house in the guest wing. And you turn in, you hear Apollyon's voice. You don't see Apollyon. You just see a lot of different birds, some of whom you recognize.
Where is Apollyon?
Can Brian roll a perception check to see if he can figure out where his voice is coming from?
Sure.
Apollyon is going to roll presence.
16.
Counter.
Motherfucking
He
son of a bitch.
Just
Counter
fucking
rolls.
disappears.
He just fucking
That was a
Listen to
10.
me.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Brian, there's something oddly familiar about the bird. You've never seen it before, but God, there's something about that bird
Say bird is the word.
No.
Anyways,
No.
Brian is Brian's gonna lightly nudge Pridwin with his elbow and be like, I think that bird over there getting his feathers braided is a polyon, but in a bird disguise.
Bird
I mean,
disguise.
that certainly does sound like an Apollyon thing to do.
I mean, I'm not gonna go talk to it. Are you gonna go talk to it?
We probably
not.
should.
Probably.
Pridwin's going to kind of trying to, I guess, maintain appearances. He's going to act as if he's recognizing an old friend and then wave over to quote unquote, not Apollyon.
Not
And
a
say,
Pollyon.
It's been a long time, old friend.
Polyon.
He's going to look at you and act as if he's never seen you before.
We need to have words.
What is the name that you gave the girls?
Electo.
So at this point, Arena kind of straightens the feathers in her hair, ruffling a bit. You know these guys, Electo?
Never seen them in my life.
Katya looks offended.
Can Brian yell you're a fucking liar?
There you go.
Or is that gonna get him smacked?
I'm imagining it's one of those things where, Brian, you, like, inhale to loudly say something, and Pridwin just, like, raises a hand threateningly at you.
Yeah, he, like, clasps his hand over your mouth.
And all you hear is just a muffled.
Jalessa and
Indeed.
Heidel greet the others, and then Heidel gestures to one of the rooms in the quad. This will be you guys' room. Hopefully there's enough beds in there to accommodate.
Thank you.
By the way, Solon, Akara is there, and she is making a point not to stare at you, but you do catch her glancing in your direction a lot.
Brian's going to enter the room and leave.
Yeah, I assume you guys walk into the room you've been assigned and put all your shit down. You guys make yourselves at home. And as you guys are unpacking, you're approached by Heidel once again. You all remember Heidel, right? I think most of you met her. Brian hasn't met Heidel yet. You're muted.
Vaguely.
So Heidel is Jalessa's mate. Heidel also was an offering. So she is rather familiar with this event, considering it changed her life forever. You see, there's a sort of, not unease, but it's like she's experiencing a memory. She's kind of lost in thought as she approaches you. We've arrived early. The banquet won't be until tomorrow. Now, as guests...
Did arrive early?
No, not at all. In fact, it gives you guys a chance to explore the grounds. This is, after all, the only chance you'll ever have to explore the Moonlit Throne. However, remember that you are representing House Sokolov and need to act as such.
Yes, don't get into any trouble and don't go anywhere we're not supposed to.
Correct. But, as guests of House Volkov, you are allowed to explore the grounds. I would advise you... She pulls a piece of paper out, glancing around, and then offers it to you, Pridwin.
He takes it.
You see a hand-drawn map. It's not super detailed, but you can definitely tell where the keep is. You can see some of the divisions of the castle itself with some things written in them. And you also see a couple other buildings that she has scribbled on here. I was your age
Nice
once.
balloon presents there.
She smiles.
This will definitely make it easier to get around this place. It's
Perhaps you can add to my map and give it back to me when you're done.
certainly.
I will advise you though, the forest over here. She gestures to the northern and the kind of northeastern areas, the very heavily wooded ones that you guys saw coming in. They're called the hunting grounds for a reason. There's a lot of things in there that you probably don't want to deal with. So, be careful.
Off limits. Understood.
Not so much off limits, but just be prepared for what you'll find in there.
Very well.
That's also where the witches that House Volkov keeps on retainer abide by. They have a house somewhere out there, but I was never able to find it when I was here last.
They live out there.
Kind of by choice, from what I understand.
That's interesting.
So very similarly to what you see on the maps and layouts post, you do see the hunting grounds, you see the stables, the garrison, the servants' quarters, and you see something labeled the laboratory. Inside, you obviously see the guest rooms, and labeled are the different quads where each house is staying in the guest rooms. You see the throne room. And there's a couple other various things, like the dining hall, the ballroom, the library, but a lot of them aren't filled in yet. So you're gonna have to do a little legwork if you would like to explore.
Alright, I suppose we should start by asking what we should even be looking for.
I wasn't under the impression you were looking for anything specific. I just thought maybe this would help you get around.
Well, it's helpful either way. It's just. Frankly, I'm a bit lost. Just in general.
Well, perhaps that's because you think you should be looking for something when maybe for once you should just be enjoying yourself.
Pridwin actually seems genuinely amused by that statement for a brief moment.
Heidel frowns. Look, I know you're probably scared shitless right now, but
This is. I grew up in a very old family who had to deal with things like this frequently. And I've heard anecdotes of the way it was in older times. If I'm being completely honest with you, this is. High society is one of the last places I would ever want to be, especially to relax.
well, sorry I suggested it then. She smiles a little to herself and backs out of the room. Liam in the background goes, "Damn, Pridwin, you didn't have to hurt her feelings."
I wasn't trying to. He just runs his hand over his face.
So, Liam says, cracking his fingers in front of him. What are we doing here? I guess we've got the night to explore, right?
That's what I understood.
I mean, unless you guys are tired, he says, kind of passing his eyes over the group.
I will do whatever everyone else wants to.
I am going to, for once, do something smart and go to the library and try to keep out of trouble. Did I hit my head?
Oh,
Was I
I'm
supposed to say that?
impressed, Minerva said.
Did I hit my head? Why did I say that?
Katya kind of straightens a little bit and looks down at the stick in her hands and says, okay, and turns around and walks out of the room.
Katya, where are you going?
That damn stick cursed me.
All right, I've been listening, but I was finishing my drawing of Bird Apollyon.
The
Bird
stick
Apollyon?
wants to go look at
Yes.
things, so we're going to look at things.
Could you please tell us where you're going? I
He said something about going to the. Oh, what was it? The gar, the something about a fish. I don't know.
I think that splitting up would be a bad idea, but if
Then
you...
come on, let's go.
Okay.
Lunala kind of shrugs her shoulders, looking at you, and starts to follow Katya. So, Katya, Pridwin, and Lunala, and Driftwood are going somewhere. What are the rest of you doing? I will add, Liam starts to elbow you, Solid.
Mhm.
What are you conspiring? You've got that look on your face.
I'm not conspiring anything. What makes you think that I am?
Oh, I don't know. We're just in the, the den, the very place that you probably don't want to be right now. Place that you could probably find some serious answers. And you're telling me you're not thinking anything right now?
Right now, my only concern is to get us out of here alive. As you said, we're in the lion's den. Everyone should be on some level of alertness.
So you
You're
don't
not-
want to explore at all. Like you don't want to do anything right now.
I never said that.
There it is. That's what I was looking for. So where are we going?
I guess where all of the knowledge is stored, I'm sure they have some sort of archive somewhere.
Library it is then. So Brian, Liam, Minerva, and Solon and Xavier are going to the library. Apollyon,
Yes.
you have been preened. You are looking fantastic. What would you like to do?
First, I'm gonna send a picture of Bird Apollyon.
Hell yeah.
Did you
Oh.
did you almost say Hitler?
Excuse me. What?
I'm pretty sure
Hang on,
I
what?
heard hit come out of your mouth, and
I was
then you
gonna say-
stopped yourself.
I was gonna say him.
Oh, the way that you stopped on that syllable was very concerning.
He's probably going to converge on the library.
Okay, so you're going with them to the library. So we've kind of
Mhm.
effectively split ourselves into two groups. Let
So-
us start. We're gonna start
When
with
the
the
judge sends
library
a
group
picture of the
first.
moon presence. Please,
Yeah.
God, no.
I don't know why he
Please,
put
no.
that in there.
Don't do that to me.
I'm not planning anything at all.
You're a liar.
What about the
You're a
moon
liar.
presence?
That's a lie.
Oh,
You're a liar.
It's fine.
I'm
Why is
just
the
gonna
moon
hear
presence?
frickin' pling pling
It's-
plong
It's fine.
and just die.
Cleric beast theme starts
we have-
playing for no reason.
No, you're just gonna hear
Shh, it's
Gwyn's
fine,
theme,
it's
just
fine.
pling pling plong.
Everything's fine. So,
Everyone is gonna die.
you guys...
Everyone ate their old god umbilical, right?
God. You guys walk out of the quad and notice that most of the rest of the Sokolov representatives are gone. And the group heading outside, they kind of walk with you for a little bit until they get to the entrance hall. Pridwin keeps glancing at the map to make sure you guys are sort of going in the right direction.
Yeah, he's just doing his best to focus on the map and filling things out,
So you
trying
guys
to
keep
distract
walking.
himself.
You notice that some of the other houses, the other non-wolves that are present, also have hand-drawn maps. Sometimes that they are checking. Several people look very confused.
The little trifolds you get at like amusement parks.
They've got like a
Welcome to-
kiosk with a
Hand
bunch
out.
of like
Welcome to
Disneyland
Volkovo. Points of interest.
Welcome to Six Flags.
It's
my
great,
God.
it's fine. So, we'll break off first. So the group going outside heads towards the entrance hall, while the rest of you continue around the circle into the library. You step inside, not quite on the level of Sokolov, because their entire, a whole section of their castle is a library. This is still a very impressive library. I mean, there are shelves that go up for stories. And there are multiple levels, and you actually see a lot of people in here. There are several wolves reading, some of them wearing glasses, some of them in a little less human form on all four legs, bent over books. You also see several other races in here as well. You see some people who look a lot more human. They're kind of spread out all over the place, so I'm pulling up art for people of interest in here. Let's see. So you see this girl? She's currently sitting cross-legged and reading. There's a couple other wolves. You notice Iurna of House Sokolov is in here reading, minding her business. You also see this girl. She's in there reading. And you see this girl. Of note, there are others, but those are probably the three that you pick out the most. What do you guys want to do?
It took a lot more effort. I guess look for books on the shards. What do y'all think?
On the shards?
Know what we're looking for? Is artifact pieces?
I mean, if you want to look for books like that, be my guest, but as far as logic goes, none of the houses have known anything about a way to break the curse.
Ah.
If you recall. So I'm not sure how much luck you think you'd have in that endeavor.
Okay. The thought process is, so they don't know how to break the curses.
None of them do. None of
Right.
them know how to break the curse at all.
But they might have some reference to the shard. They don't know what it does, if that makes sense. It exists, but they might not know
mean-
it's just an artifact to them.
Considering that the shards are literally like embedded inside of the
Yeah, that's my
bearers, I
issue.
think that most of them probably don't even know that they exist.
Yeah, all of the shards are in the curse bearers' bodies. So it's not like somebody's gotten their hands on one of these. And as far as you can tell, demon weapons have been few and far between. You haven't seen a whole lot of Meister-weapon relationships since you've entered the Beastlands. In fact, the only one you have seen was the Auk member. Needless to say, I'm not sure they even know what demon weapons are in some of these houses.
Okay, so what do y'all think we need to look for then?
Just to clarify, everybody in the library right now is Solon, Brian, Apollyon.
Yes.
Yeah, and then of course Liam and Minerva. And Xavier. So, any of you guys can join in on this conversation.
Apollyon just walking around casually.
Brian's just gonna go peruse the bookshelves and see what there is.
Okay, are you looking for anything in particular?
No, Brian doesn't even know.
Roll me
why
a
he's there.
d20. Let's see what you find.
Okay. 19.
19?
Yeah.
Okay. You find something interesting. You know, thinking, oh, all of the things down close to the floor are probably what gets read all the time. I'm gonna use my little wind step, and I'm gonna go up and get something off of one of the top shelves. And you do. You grab a leather-bound book from one of the top shelves that has been collecting dust for God knows how long. You land back, well, I'm imagining you probably sit on the top of the shelf and start fingering through it, looking at the pages, and you notice it appears to be a journal. And the handwriting doesn't look familiar to you, but it might look familiar to somebody else. But the journal seems to be talking about a woman, a witch of extraordinary power.
Oh.
Do you keep reading?
Yeah, sure. Brian's gonna read the whole thing before he goes and finds Pridman and see if he knows anything.
You keep flipping through it, and you notice something. The woman that this journal keeps talking about, it seems she was very young at the beginning of the journal. And it speaks of armor that clings to the woman's skin as though it's a part of her.
Well, that's interesting. What the hell?
An extraordinary hunter. Something that not only witches fear, but everyone. But it seems that the writer of this journal is endeared to this person, is very fond of this woman. But she never says her name.
That is so odd.
It almost, now that you're looking at it with that roll, it seems like maybe whoever was writing this journal put it on the top shelf because they thought nobody would see it.
Brian's gonna keep reading.
You keep reading. It details experiences, life between the writer of this journal and the woman with the strange armor. And then it mentions a tragedy. But the author stops, telling you that something bad has happened and that you're being summoned away. That they would write more on their return, but they never come back.
But no, there has to be more. What is this? What the... Brian's gonna keep flipping through the pages. Trying to see if there's
Apollyon, you
anything.
hear Brian grumbling from atop a bookshelf.
Can't quite find the book you're looking for, huh?
Do I know you? Oh wait, you're the bird that said he didn't. No, yes, no, I can't seem to find what I'm looking for.
Right. Do you need help?
Thank you, but no, I'm good.
Very well.
Apparently.
Apollyon will just walk past him then and look for Solon.
You walk past him and Liam is squinting at you.
Apollyon sort of like winks at Liam.
I fucking knew it, he says under his breath.
He walks up to Liam actually.
Nice braids, asshole.
Well, thank you. This form's personality was quite snobbish, so that's why I was acting that way back there.
Uh-huh.
Does Brian
Well,
hear this?
You seem to be blending in.
Oh,
Roll a perception check.
A 7. Damn.
No.
No.
No. Damn. Brian's just gonna be so confused. Oh. No.
Sees them talking, but he's like, do they know each other? I didn't know they knew each other.
It's like, I thought he didn't know any of us. What the hell?
God. Solon, what are you doing in the library?
I think I have decided that I want to look for
Uh-huh.
2 things.
Okay.
Solon, what the hell?
What? One, I want to find stuff on the wolf. The wolf. And 2, I want to like combat styles and tactics.
Anything in specific, or are you just kind of...
Not really, but it's just kind of what Solon's interested in is like just military maneuver or combat style.
Okay. Roll me 2 d20s.
Okay. 6 and a 20.
Oh! Okay.
Well.
So, as for the 6,
Okay.
you're looking for combat tactics. You don't see any. And it's odd to you. It's almost like deliberately anything that might have had them, any books that might have had tactics, they were removed. It's more what you don't find there. However, as you're looking through things, you too get the same idea that Brian has. Everything down on the lower levels is what people are going to read all the time. So you go up onto one of the upper levels and you start pouring through the writings there. And you find a book that has been slid actually behind the shelf. It's barely poking out. You almost would have missed it, but something just caught your eye about it. A fleck of red on the binding, and you kind of wedge your way out. You get it out and you open it, and there's not any intelligible writing in it. There's just tally marks. You start flipping through the pages and you see more and more on different dates. And the book itself smells of copper. The familiar tinge. There are thousands upon thousands of tally marks in this book. And the most recent date was from yesterday.
Is there a lot of tally marks on yesterday?
Yesterday, you see 7.
Oh, he's slacking.
And there's no indication of like what these tally marks
Nope.
refer to. Interesting. I'm gonna try and like sneak it into my bag.
Roll me a presence check.
13.
Nobody seems to have noticed you.
Okay. I'm gonna keep looking for stuff.
Okay. You decide to keep perusing. We're gonna pause on you guys, and we're gonna go outside. Pridwin. You, Driftwood, Lunala, Katya, you all are outside, walking around. And Katya keeps saying something about a gar. You don't know what she's talking about.
One second.
Isn't a gar a fish?
I
Yes, they're quite annoying because they can swallow sticks whole. Don't tell me. Don't ask me how I know that.
Katya squints at you.
Did you go through the
But no.
fish's digestive tract?
I said don't ask.
Okay. Well, you're no fun.
But we're looking for a garrison.
Garrison, like Professor Garrison?
Is that a thing? A
yo.
professor that's building?
You're searching for the. Can I? Hang on. Is Pridwin able to hear?
Yes.
Okay. Why are you looking for the garrison?
In case we need to flee, I'd like to know our chances of survival.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that we passed a fortress on our way in.
That's where we heard all the clippy cloppies.
So if we were hypothetically fleeing, we would already have to be concerned about the main exit being right next to the guardhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Although, does the map have the guard barracks inside the castle already noted down? The map he was given?
I would say yes.
There is also a guard's quarters inside of the castle to the northeast of the castle.
You also, looking at the map, you see 2 X's on the map. The first one you see is up on the north side, where there appears to be a break in the wall, where some water is. The second one you see is an X over by the Hall of Celebration. You're not sure what those are for.
There's also these marks? He gestures to the map. I'm not sure what they mean.
Could be entry points, exit points.
You guys have made it to the fork out in front of the entrance hall. And you see that there is a lot of people out on the front lawns. Like, there seems to be a bunch of games set up. There's some people competing in different things. At one point, you see a very large, muscular-looking man with horns jutting out on either side of his head, hurling an axe all the way across the field and sticking it into a pole there. Very similarly, you see a very tall, muscular lion with a short cropped mane approaching behind him, picking up his own axe, scoffing at the bull, and proceeding to throw the axe similarly. And he actually manages to catch the first axe on the hilt, stabbing it even further into the wood. You can see the eye contact between the two competitors aggressively.
The twig shivers.
You also notice there's some women lounging in the moonlight, kind of watching the events. It's the fields are very well lit. So there's other types of competitions going on too, and you actually hear a voice from behind you. You turn and you see a girl approaching you. And she has long, spirally hair. I will post a picture of her. You see this girl. And you watch as she eyes you up and down.
Oh, I'm not the only one getting married.
Her eyes moving up and down each of your figures speculatively. What is Apollyon whispering?
Wait, what?
I thought you were whispering something, but it was whatever you're doing in the background.
No
Oh,
one can
background.
hear you.
So yeah, this girl is kind of looking over all of you.
Yes, I am a twig. What of it?
Nothing. It's just surprising of your stature.
Yeah, so Vera, the stick just talked. They're the very small child. So I guess I should describe better what you're looking at. So you see Pridwin, like you see in the picture. He has very blue skin, long hair, and he looks very uncomfortable. And the woman standing very close to him has extremely long white hair and looks very regal, and she kind of has this bluish purple tint to her own skin as well. And then you see a little red-headed girl who is begrudgingly wearing nice clothes for once in her life, even though she hates it. And the little girl is holding a stick. And from what you can tell, the piece of driftwood just spoke to you.
Touch it. Touch the stick.
Witchcraft.
You know you want to.
Yes.
I have more interesting things to do than watch a twig talk.
So do I. So, can I move on, please?
Katya squints at Vera, looks down at the stick, squints at Vera again, looks up at you, Pridwin.
Pridwin looks like he hasn't quite registered that there's a person talking to him yet.
She reaches over and elbows you in the side a little bit.
Oh, my apologies. It's nice to meet you.
I would say likewise, but you all looked interesting. You don't act very interesting.
I'm sorry.
Oh gosh, not every.
I would be too in your shoes.
Wow,
I
Katya
like this
says.
one.
I have a feeling Brian's gonna hate this character.
Huh.
He was mean. I'm trying my best, okay?
You're doing great.
It's alright, you can act as snobbish as possible.
What's your
Yeah,
opinion
no,
on
you know
birds?
you're doing amazing.
It depends on what type of bird. If you're like me, that's great. If you're anything else, you can stand for some work.
Hmm. Hmm. Noted.
The
Well,
driftwood
aren't
is
you going to
taking
introduce
notes.
your names to me?
Yeah, Pridwin, don't be rude. Katya elbowing you again.
I,
No poor Pridwin.
I'm sorry. I have had a very long day. Who might I be speaking to?
Well, I can see you're not educated on top of everything. You can call me Veradine. Wait. I misspelled. Verlaine.
Pleasure to meet you. I am Pridwin of the Cavaliere de Medusa.
Katya
Gesundheit.
squints at you.
Pridwin is sweating visibly.
A hand comes out of the stick, a smoky little hand comes out of the stick, and does sort of that polite bow gesture.
Yeah,
So
Pridwin
Reginald von
performs.
Bottlesby at your service.
Pridwin performs a very practiced bow as well as he introduces himself.
Oh, so we're going with that name today. Katya, like, actually tilts the stick a little to make it look like you bow. I'm Katya. She kind of flicks her hair a little bit.
You seem like the most interesting one out of the group.
Thank you. I am, aren't I? She grins at Pridwin.
Certainly
have
more
Brian-
interesting than I am.
I just have Brian yell from the library and somehow they hear it outside. No! Like he's yelling at something in the library and they just hear it.
God.
It'd be funny.
Well, we're supposed to be going to look for a fish or something. Katya turns towards the road.
Yes, fish.
Going to
They're much interesting, I bet. Enjoy that.
You don't know what a fish looks like?
I do, but it's not my cup of tea, I would expect. Besides, I have some other more interesting things to do, like rile up some. No, what would you call it? Stirring the pot. Yes, that's it.
Oh, I like stirring things. I like to cook. I'm going with her, Katya says.
Yay!
No, Katya, I don't.
no.
Oh no.
It's not bad. It's not. Well, it's not actually cooking. You see, the two over there, the bull and the lion who just threw the axes, that's our form of entertainment at these little gatherings. And since we haven't had one in quite a while, actually, I want to see how far I can push it.
Wait, you like watching them throw axes? That doesn't seem
It's
like fun.
Okay,
It's not the axe
But which one
throwing that's
holds-
fun.
which one's currently dating one of the other one's crushes, and can we pit them against each other?
It's not pitting them against each other. You see, those houses have quite a bit of rivalry that dates back, well, before I was born, actually. So the goal of the game here is to see how mad you can make one at the other and see if they can get into a fist fight. The banquet, that was, oh, what was it? It must have been 15 years ago at least. Apparently it was quite fun because someone got under the feathers of the bull over there, one of the bulls, and it was fantastic. The entertainment was entertaining.
Did anybody die?
Entertainment.
Close. We had to use, what's her name? Uh, it was some witch at the thing. She has a certain healing magic. They had to take him out pretty quickly to perform some spells or something of the sort because it's got gruesome and brutal and bloody and barbaric and, you know, most
with
of the good
every
stuff.
with every word that she says, Katya, there's a twinkle of like bloodlust excitement in the back of her eyes.
That's what I mean by stirring the pot. I want to see if we can get them to go at each other one more time because I am not coming here next year. It will be so last season.
Katya cracks her fingers.
Let's cook then.
God.
Oh no.
So while this group walks back towards the events field, let's go back to the library for a moment. How are you all doing in the library?
O'Brien's just peachy. He's trying to find more of those journals to see if they maybe just lost that one and started a new one.
Roll for me.
Okay. What about a 19?
So here's what you find with a 19. You find a similarly bound journal on another shelf, very carefully placed like the last one, so as not to draw attention to itself. And you seem to find what looks like schematics?
Oh wait, before Brian finds that book, can he try and borrow, air quotes, that other book?
Are you gonna try and steal it?
Yes.
Roll me not a perception,
I mean, he's also
presence check.
He's also on top of the bookcase, so
I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
While you're rolling, put that in the group rolls. Apollyon and Liam, you guys have been chit-chatting. Are you guys still chit-chatting?
what is advantage? Like, how much am I supposed to add to that?
I don't know if Apollyon's back yet.
He's not.
Can't believe he's dead again.
God, I can't believe he's
God.
dead again.
He's fucking playing.
He seems to
PS4
die a lot,
again.
We'll go
actually.
to-
I'm more impressed he keeps coming back to life.
On God, we'll
This is
go to
sad.
Solon since Solon is here. Solon, you were looking for more things. Roll
Yes.
me a perception check.
Okay. I rolled a 10.
Okay, so you thinking that you were looking for tactics. The word war sticks out to you in Russian. And you realize you're looking at the cover page of War and Peace.
Mhm.
And it is in the hands of someone you don't know. There's a figure sitting, minding his business, reading, and it is him that you take notice of reading this copy of War and Peace. And you see him glance up and make eye contact with you.
Are you enjoying that book?
I was.
You were.
Until you interrupted. I
I
look up at you.
see. I didn't think you would have very much interest in human literature.
Hmm. And why wouldn't I? Humans are fascinating, are they not?
I think that entirely depends on the specimen.
Solon, you are confused because you thought this was a human that you were talking to. I will also add, Apollyon, if you're back, that you can. You and Liam have been chit-chatting, but you were looking for Solon, so you can find him if you would like.
I'll probably engage in this conversation with Liam. He looks over to Liam and he says, "So, I've been absent for a little bit. Did you guys make up a plan for this whole thing?"
Nope.
That sounds about right. Did you at least come up with cover for who you guys are?
Liam just smiles at you.
Right, okay, that is helpful. Well, I don't know where Solon went, so I guess I'll leave the library.
I mean, you should probably go find him. Speaking of finding people, I feel like Brian should be watched.
Well, I don't know how people would feel about me summoning a demon to babysit him, so maybe we'll probably find Katya.
Frowned upon. Very frowned upon, Liam says, nodding.
Uh-huh.
Solon, back to you.
Yes.
Tell me, you know this book? He says, holding it up.
It's been a while, but I've perused its pages before.
I was just getting through the 11th chapter. You know how it begins? Pierre began to feel a sense of unease and the need, even the inevitability, of entering into a conversation with this stranger. It seems almost poetic that you would approach me in this moment. So, who are you?
My name is Solon. And you are?
Pleasure to meet you, Solon. You may call me Lesovic.
And are you from this region, or are you also visiting like most of us?
We don't tend to get too many visitors.
So you are from this region then?
Not specifically here, but close enough. But what brings you to our gathering this evening?
Not to go into many details, I've been asked to keep things a little under wraps, but we're here to enjoy the festivities, as you would say.
I noticed something as you walked in my direction. You move like royalty. Your mannerism must be hard to shake.
Yes, well, when it's drilled into you from a young age, it's hard to break habits. But that feels like a lifetime ago, even if they still show. A lot has happened since then.
I'm always surprised to see who comes to these things. They happen so rarely these days. And I came to see what sort of excitement we could get up to. Now you're an exciting one. Being I imagine you are the same Solon who might have stolen something recently. He smirks.
Stolen something. I don't know what you are referring to.
Are you being deceptive in that phrase?
I don't know if he's referring to the events of several weeks ago or what just occurred.
Wait, I missed something. What are we talking about again?
I mean, considering how shit-faced he was, I'd be surprised if he even remembers what happened during that.
Well, he at least knows he was accused of something being stolen.
Oh, that.
Oh, that right.
Oh yeah, that.
Well, they happen to know anything about
So-
the.
So I'm not
pseudo-mass
necessarily being
genocide?
deceptive, as I'm trying to infer as to what he is.
Okay, fair. I'll
Referencing.
let you make that argument.
So tell me, did your party feel so bold as to come here, knowing that there would not be a representative from Medvedev?
Ah, I see. That was never proven.
It's alright. I know you didn't. I can see it in your eyes. You're not that type.
I'm inclined to agree, but the people of Medvedev might disagree with that statement. Although I know I did not steal it.
All the same, they still believe you did.
At least you didn't break into the palace.
Yeah, who would do a thing like that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
I wonder. Minerva sneezes.
So, there's a question I have for you then. Who brought you to this place?
We arrived here with the Sokolovs.
Sokolov.
They requested my and my party's presence here to complete some of the requirements of the festival, I guess.
Requirements of the festival. Are you to be offerings?
No, not all of us. I think just myself seems to be the one in the best position, as I am from not the
Yes.
beach lands, but close by.
My friend here actually is the one who
You
we
walk
chose.
over.
As...
Apollyon
Yeah, he
just
walks over.
materializes.
It just comes out of the floor.
He's actually like in
He's just
cat
gonna
form.
hide you.
Just arise.
He's
That is
in
something
cat
Apollyon
form on
does.
the shelf, like lounging, flicking his tail.
No, he's in bird form. He sort of puts his arm around Solon's shoulder and he says, yes, he was the one that was chosen for the selection.
He was the one that was selected for the selection.
Brian leaning over the top of the bookshelf to comment.
Hello.
Just trying desperately to
ever-
hide a book.
Yeah, did he ever succeed with that, by the way?
What did you roll? A 12? Let's
A
find
12
out.
plus advantage, so I mean, that adds.
The only one that seems to have taken notice of you trying to hide the book is Lesevik.
I'm already talking to him, it's fine.
So what are you doing with that?
Research.
Research? On what?
Which is,
He does research on research things. I don't know.
yes.
I met him
Do
about a
some
week ago.
Researchical things, if you would.
If there's something I've learned of men is that they only want two things: danger and play.
Apollyon in his mind.
I do like me some danger.
And play.
No. I don't even know you, Brian points at the bird who he still doesn't know is Apollyon. I don't even know you. Don't make that joke at me.
You don't know me.
Liam in the background is rubbing the
Well.
bridge of his nose.
Are you two not together? I'll say confused at the apparent.
Well, definitely not together.
Well, it seems like he was either too drunk to remember or what, but he doesn't seem to remember who I am.
Brian's just gonna glare at Bird Oleon and then go back to trying to read this other book that he found.
I did accidentally almost kill him once.
Brian's gonna poke his head over the shelf again and be like, "I fucking knew it." Go back to what he was doing.
My apologies for the rude introductions. I am Electo.
Electo. Pleasure to meet you. He'll put his hand out.
Pleasure is mine. He
And
shakes
listen.
your hand.
So you are not traveling with them?
I am. I'm more advising them alongside the other members of the family who will also do such. Speaking of which, do you happen to know where the blue boy went?
Do I, DM?
No, you have
Oh,
not
he-
seen the blue
yeah.
boy.
Oh, he was
I
speaking to
have not
Solon. I
seen
should have
him.
clarified.
I don't think
I was
Solon
not
would know where the blue
I
boy
don't,
went either.
I don't
To be
know
fair.
either.
No one knows where he went.
Didn't Katya say something about a fish? Minerva says from the background.
Fishy business.
Is there some sort of lake?
Did you not see the lake that surrounds the entire layout of the castle?
No, he was not paying attention. He was too
There's
busy
also
getting
one.
his feathers braided.
There's also one in between the laboratory and the servants' quarter. If you look on the map.
I'll find it. He walks away.
So he left.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
but
so you guys are gonna go. I'm gonna swoop over outside again to our group of chefs. What are you guys getting up to on the playing fields? Let's see. By the way, the two that were in the middle of the axe throwing competition are this guy, if you want to focus on them, and where's he at? Oh my god, where is he? And this guy.
I'm waiting until one of them has thrown an axe and they have their back turned to the opponent, or getting ready to throw an axe and have their back turned to their opponent, and just quickly tap them with a smoky finger.
Wait, what are you trying to do? Sorry.
Just poke, annoy,
Oh,
distract
I see.
while in the middle of their competition.
So yeah, the boy with the horns is like getting ready to throw, and then you just see him twitch and glance down uncomfortably. The lion regards him with a bemused stare.
Always keeping out of sight of anyone who might notice, but always making sure that it's from the direction of the lion guy or the other one. Just annoying.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you definitely are starting to see the creases around the eyes and the veins beginning to stand out a little bit occasionally between the two of them. Pridwin, it is about this time that you notice the bird from before with the braided feathers approaching you.
Hello?
My apologies for before. I hadn't quite recognized you from the distance I was at.
He gives
my
you a
good
very
friend.
flat look. Ah, yes. I do. I understand your eyesight isn't as good as it used to be.
Yes, I spend most of my time indoors these days.
It certainly seemed you were planning to spend most of your time indoors.
This year, I thought I would take a venture out to the celebration.
Well, it's good to know that you made it.
Now, what's going on here?
They are stirring chaos.
You see
As they
this
do.
like evil grin on Katya's face as she's like whispering something to a lioness who's sitting on the ground watching them. And then she like has made her way over and starts whispering something to a bird nearby. And you hear them all start like jeering at the two that are throwing the axes.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to break up a fight soon.
um,
Don't worry, we
Apollyon.
have
Oh.
many people around that fight all the time here.
Yes.
Apollyon, you take note of the woman before you.
Mm-hmm.
Her very dainty appearance, everything in line perfectly. She turns her nose up when she sees you.
Yes. I am Electo. Well, nice introductions.
Katya comes back and she looks up at you, about to say something to Pridwin, and then she kind of squints at you, Electo, and she goes, "I'm not talking to you. You're not being nice to me." She looks back at Pridwin. "Okay, I cooked, but I'm bored. Can we go do something?"
I mean, I did let you cook, so I suppose.
Who let her cook?
I suppose we can. Would you be interested in going to the library?
No! Why would you want to do that?
Because
If we
there's
go to the guards
information there.
barracks,
That sounds so
we go to the-
boring. Why don't we go to that thing, the lab?
I
Lab?
have a feeling that a laboratory would be off limits to the public.
That's what makes it fun.
Apologies to interrupt. Actually, may I steal the both of you for a moment? The Sokolovs would like a word.
Of course.
No,
Apollyon,
I'm not talking to
Radio
you.
birds.
Katya crosses her arms.
if I can
I'd
explain
rather not deal
everything.
with birds.
Just plug your ears, Katya.
Katya turns around and plugs her ears. Very dramatically.
Ah, yes.
Strange blonde-haired women. I'm not sure if you two were talking, but apologies for the interruptions. I'm going to have to steal them for a moment. Okay, thank you. Bye.
I'm just imagining that
Right.
Apollyon grabs Pridwin picks up Katya, and then they just gets dragged off.
She's like cargo carrying Katya on his hip like Douglas usually does.
Yeah.
Clotheslines them.
Looney Tune run off.
Lunala waves awkwardly and follows close behind.
He will take them to
back.
somewhere quiet.
You pull them around one of the large tree areas kind of to the north of the fields.
I lied. The Sokolovs don't want any word to do with you. Actually, I had to tell you something. Solon is currently in the library, and from the vague stuff I heard, I think the Medvedevs know we're here. Or the bear people. The bear people know we're here. I don't know
I
which
mean-
family they were.
That would be Medvedev, yes. I would imagine that they would know about us, considering the incident that occurred.
Precisely. So I'm just saying, since they are aware of our presence, to avoid them as much as possible.
Of course. That is what I was planning on doing anyways.
I think one of them is speaking to Solon right now. I'm not sure. I didn't really get his family name.
I mean, I feel like it would be easy. I guess some. Was he a very humanoid looking one?
Yes.
That would explain. Well, I suppose as long as they aren't behaving aggressively towards us, then we should be fine.
That's good, because you guys did kill a lot of them.
I would rather
You.
not think about that right now, on top of everything else that I am currently having to think about.
Yes. Well, aside from that, I thought I would just let you know that the humanoid one, he is being friendly. He doesn't seem to have a problem with us, so let's keep it on good terms. That I would let you know. Anyway, let's get back to the mingling.
Can we go to the lab now? Katya says, pouting in your arms.
To the
Katya,
laboratory!
We are not trespassing, certainly not on our first day here.
It's not
I
trespassing
don't
if you don't get
trespass.
caught.
I don't even.
It's still
I don't even step on the ground. So how can I trespass?
Yeah, we could just throw the stick in there, and then he could tell us what's inside.
I can just turn
Okay,
into a pool of
counterpoint.
shadows.
has to go get the stick.
Counterpoint,
I'm not
how
there,
do we
wait.
get him back?
That's a fair point. I
Well,
can grab him.
Polyon can go get him in his cat form.
Somehow
That's
I feel like
Saliva.
he would still get in trouble.
I'm good at hiding.
I mean,
Also, would you really want a cursed Apollyon?
that is the other...
Useful if it
The other thing
wasn't. I'm
too,
not here.
I would be very concerned about the consequences of what happens when you pick him back up.
Actually, that is a fair point. I will not touch the stick. Also, I should mention, while I'm here, my name is Electo, not Apollyon.
Of course.
I just remembered I wasn't talking to you. Katya turns away from you.
You forgot, and you did talk to me.
Okay, well, I'm not talking to you again starting now.
You just talked to me again.
Katya looks up at you.
He's just got his hands, his face in his hands, just shaking his head slowly.
This is awesome.
Well, anyway, there's a snobby blonde girl over there, and I want to annoy the shit out of her, so I'm gonna go over there.
Okay. Electo, if you wouldn't mind keeping an eye on Katya and the Twig, considering they don't want to accompany me to the library, I would appreciate if you kept them out of trouble.
He grabs Katya by the collar and picks her up and takes her.
Just picking her up by the collar. You go to grab
Or more like
Katya
by,
by
like-
the collar, and
Like, more like
she
by the scruff,
grabs your
like the back.
wrist and like throws you over her shoulder.
Counter strength checks. I'm going to pick her up.
Go for it.
Oh dear.
This is
That's a natural 20.
Oh god.
my god.
Well, she rolled a 17, so not good enough.
Let's go. He picks her up by the scruff and sort of just puts him over his shoulders. Puts her over his
Katya
shoulders.
is like beating on you as she's being carried away. With the stick. She's beating you with the stick.
Understandable.
Ow. 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 Ow.
Pridwin's
Ow.
just...
Ow. Ow.
What is
Pridwin
Pridwin
will
doing?
walk away, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and say, I want to go home.
Me too. Loonhall says from behind you. Wish I knew where that was.
Home's long dead and buried.
Pridwood will head to the library.
Okay, so you are walking back to the library, but Apollyon is currently headed towards Vera.
Yes.
So
Wow,
you,
Vera.
holding Katya hostage, you
Mhm.
approach Vera.
I never got your name before.
For a reason.
Oh, you think you're much better than a lot of these people here? I mean, fair enough. We're all royalty here.
I wouldn't say that. I think I'm better. I just know I'm better than you and everyone else here.
I'm sorry, wait. Did you just randomly put a British accent on that character?
No, she's had it this whole time.
Oh, okay.
whole
I thought it was going crazy, and I'm like, wait a second.
No, she's had it the whole time.
Oh my god.
British?
What? Jeez.
British.
Be very subtle about it. Be
British.
subtle about it. Just not
Bottle
say
of
anything.
water.
I've got it. Bottle of water.
Pridwin just suddenly stops walking, turns around, and points. British!
Oh, you're British. It explains a lot.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah, no, Apollyon says that. He says, I am so sorry for the way you were born.
This is my favorite D&D session ever. This is amazing.
I wouldn't be sorry for the way I was born, darling. I'd be sorry for the way you look, even with those braided feathers.
Oh, you would get along very well with one of my friends. Well, I haven't seen her in a very long time.
Which friend are you referencing?
Bane.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh.
God.
Yeah. Yes, you would.
Yeah.
Is that the one that he messes with Brian with?
No, you guys
That's-
haven't met
That's
Bane.
Abaddon.
It's like an actual character. Oh, okay.
No, you guys have not met Bane. Or I think actually you might hate each other. I'm not entirely sure. Your guys' personalities are strange.
We'll be frenemies.
Wow, rude. Katya says on your shoulder.
Small one, do you still have that stick with the little shadow hand on you by any chance?
He picks her up and places Katya down in front of him.
Katya holds up the stick triumphantly.
He whispers to Katya, touch her with the stick.
Yeah, do you want to see it? Katya holds the stick up to you.
Oh my God.
The stick waves.
Well, it would be rude not to accept an offering.
Luckily for you, she's very rude.
Very rude. No, I don't need to see the stick of magic here. I just need you to use it to tug on that lion's tail, and then maybe some bloodshed will ensue. The pot is beginning to be stirred here, and it must be finished, or else I will die of boredom.
Oh my god, I was wrong about you. You're excellent.
Katya
I love violence.
Katya looks over at the lion thoughtfully, and she goes, I have a good idea. I'll be back. And she just disappears.
She's gonna go to the
I think she's my favorite.
She's everyone's favorite.
Roll a perception check.
Which one of us? Me?
Fucking
Okay.
anybody.
Perception, 12.
Okay, hold on. I need a D10.
4. I don't know why I'm rolling perception.
Brian
my
from the
goodness.
library can see this.
I
God.
wizard.
Oh no. Oh.
Well,
Okay. Alright, so here's what happens. You see Katya has snuck into... They're kind of like in each other's faces, right?
Mhm.
They're puffing their chests up. The lion is growling. The bull is snorting, breathing heavily through his nose. And then all of a sudden you see Katya slowly reach up with the stick and tap the bull on the shoulder.
Oh no.
And for just a moment, nothing happens. And then all of the sudden, the bull's not there anymore.
Mm.
The lion and Katya and several of the girls that have come over are now all in a huddle staring down. There is a frog sitting on the ground where the bull was a minute ago. The frog
really-
ribbits in terror, looking at everybody up. One of the girls nearby screams and runs away.
Wait, I have a video for this. Hold on.
Oh no.
Hold on. You guys can keep talking. I'm finding the video. There it is. Yes. Oh, this is exactly what I'm envisioning. And Apollyon will be the narrator of this. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm.
The lion keels over laughing hysterically. Until Katya taps him with the stick. And for a moment, nothing happens. And then, all of the sudden, Apollyon, your ears are burning as you hear what to the rest of you sounds like the most unintelligible dribble. This horrible guttural sound come out of the lion's mouth.
Oh, he's speaking demon.
He quickly
Oh.
covers his mouth with a paw, his eyes wide.
Wait, does Apollyon know what he said?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was starting to say something to the effect of, "That's gotta be the funniest thing I've seen all day." And then he stops, and he kind of uncovers his mouth and says, "Hello?" in demon, and it comes out indiscernible to the human tongue.
Apollyon says hello back.
He turns startled, looking around, hearing this awful, horrible sound come out of your beak, and having no idea where it came from. And he kind of puts a paw in his hair, his eyes wide, and then he takes off running.
He's just gaslit this poor man into thinking he was going crazy.
Apollyon is a master at gaslighting.
Clearly.
Anyway, Apollyon walks within 5 feet of Vera.
Oh my god.
You approach Vera again.
Within 5 feet.
Okay.
You know what happens.
Oh, Vera, you feel this awful chill run over you. There's something nearby. Something extremely powerful and dangerous. And that's not unattractive to you.
Oh god.
Oh god,
Wait,
I
that's not
forgot
where I
about
thought this
that
would go at
part.
all. Wait, what?
Dear lord.
Oh no.
My
Oh, no.
character flushes while biting some nails.
Apollyon looks disturbed and walks away. Apollyon has met his match. Oh god.
Oh no.
Never thought I'd see the
Hmm.
day.
Uh,
Oh my god. Oh,
He is
I'm about to
disturbed.
rip my headphones out of my mouth.
shoves his hands in his pockets and just quickly shuffles away.
Alright, Katya, we're getting out of here.
Katya is
Deal.
no longer with you.
Oh god, okay, I'm leaving alone then.
Oh god, are you sure that's a good idea?
Oh god, is that a good idea? I need somebody to escort
No.
me.
I need an adult.
I need
Lion
an
Even
friend.
an
You
adult.
are the adult.
Apollon's
I
going
need
to
an
take
adult
flight
here,
and find
adult.
the lion.
Oh god, yeah. So you shuffle off looking for an adult, and Vera, you feel a tug on the edge of your skirt. You see Katya with a finger to her lips, and then she points toward the road. You wanna go do something we probably shouldn't?
Just because of what just happened with your magic stick. Yes, I would.
Great. And she sneakily leads you down the road with driftwood in hand. Meanwhile, back in the library, Pridwin, you walk inside to find Solon and a person you have never seen before. And Brian laying on top of the bookshelves, shoving a book into his pocket, question mark?
No, that already happened a minute ago, so he'd be reading.
So you're just reading the other book. So you see
Yeah, I'm just reading the other
Brian
book.
laying on top of a bookshelf reading something.
Brian, what are you doing up there?
Trying to make sense of this book.
Imagine he's like laying on his back holding the book like over his face
God.
on the top of the bookshelf.
Is it even in English?
Did you find anything interesting?
Oh yeah, I have to show you something later. Remind me when we're all back in the room.
Is it serious?
Don't think so.
Do you have a medical condition?
No, I do not.
Do you
I don't
think
think it's serious, but I think it's interesting, and I think it's something you're gonna want to read.
should I? Could I read it now, or
I will add all
Right.
of this is in hearing range of Solon and Lesvik.
Brian's just gonna whisper so Lesovic can't hear at least, and just be like, and look around. And see, is any Brian's gonna look around and see if anyone is watching or looking or anything.
Pridwin's been speaking in a hushed tone just because of the fact that it's a library?
Liam and Minerva are there, but the rest of the people in the room are focused on what they're doing.
Brian's gonna reach into. Does Brian even have a bag?
I imagine you have like a shoulder bag or something with you.
Okay, Brian's gonna reach stealthily into his bag, grab the journal, and what's the word I'm looking for here? Covertly toss it to Pridwin. Catch. Eat.
When a book is yeeted at you without warning.
Very
He's
gently.
he's going to catch it.
You catch the leather-bound journal.
I don't think throwing books around in a library is a good idea.
Nobody knows won't hurt them.
Where did you? He's like looking at the book, the front and the back, and he says, "Where did you find this?"
It was in the top row. Why do you think I'm on the top of the bookshelves?
Aha. This doesn't look like it belongs here. He's gonna open it and start reading it.
You open it. You notice that it's readable to you in a language you understand.
Oh.
And as I described to Brian, you're also reading about the girl with the armor that seems to be fused to her.
Does any of this ring any bells to him?
I don't know. How much do you know about her, Pridwin?
That's a good question. Do you think that Romeo would regale him with that information?
I will describe it as such. As you're reading this, you don't have any recollection, but there's this sudden, it's almost like a chill moving through you, but there's a recognition there, but it's not your own. You can feel something inside of you, inside of the shield, stirring.
One of you knows who this is? Would you care to share?
You do not get a response currently. You know how they are. They're very hard to interpret.
Right. Wonderful.
So do you know anything about that? I mean, it also mentions a witch in there. Brian says whispers, I guess.
Pridwin does connect two dots at that statement.
Uh-huh.
I do recall...
You have witnessed her.
I do recall Dante asked the one witch we met about a suit of armor, and she's friends with a witch who wears a suit of armor. I'm assuming that this is from our mutual friend.
Gotcha. So why do you think it randomly just cuts off?
Well, it would appear that something occurred which took her away from the book. And I take it that she was never able to come back and continue.
No, it just mentions something bad. There's something happening, and then just stops. It's the last entry.
Precisely. I take it that that means she either lost the book or never came back for it after resolving whatever occurred.
Anyways, I found this other book, and Brian's gonna hand him that book too. I can't understand any of it.
He opens it.
It's just, it looks like, it's almost like one of Pidge's notebooks that you've seen before. It's like schematics and nonsensical language you don't understand.
Can he make like some sort of intelligence check to try and decipher some idea about what these are supposed to be.
Go ahead.
All right. Uh, not terrible. What's Pridwin's intelligence again?
Oh,
Bless you.
bless you.
Thank you. Can I use Pridwin and Lunala's combined intelligence?
If she is with you, yes.
I mean, he'd be like right next to her. So that would come out to a 37.
You are looking at these schematics, and it looks like schematics for building a weapon. You think. I mean, there's no actual art of a weapon, but you pick out bits and pieces and shapes in these schematics that look like they might be parts of a weapon. Drawings that maybe look like souls, you're not sure. It really is nonsensical to you.
So is he able to piece? So what is he able to piece together regarding the components?
It's not a whole lot of sense. It appears that maybe they're the pieces of a sword.
Is he able to figure out? Is he either able to determine the writing or what language it's in?
The writing looks familiar to you in the fact that you've only seen it once before because of how strange it is.
He is actually going to tuck that book into his bag.
Just robbing this library.
Literally all of you are just stealing books out of this library.
Hey, I
To be
mean,
fair, this
on
one's
the top
very
row.
clearly
Soma would
extremely
be proud.
important.
I fucking can't with any of you.
I mean, it's on the top row. Who's gonna notice it?
Liam once again rubbing the bridge of his nose.
If Nicolas Cage can get away with it, so can Solon.
Exactly. If he can steal the Declaration of Independence, we can steal one schematic.
Oh my god.
Anyways, Brian's gonna keep looking for more journals and stuff and books.
Fredwin will also peruse to see if he can find anything interesting.
I will have both of you roll one more time for that. Also, let us check back in with Apollyon. What are you doing?
He seeks the library.
Oh,
And an
so
adult.
you're probably just gonna join in on all of the bullshit that's happening right now.
Yes.
Oh, we love bullshittery in this house.
Yes. Yeah. He'll seek Pridwin.
Okay, so yeah, Apollyon, you walk in and you see the group is kind of divided all over this library looking for things. Brian, you find a children's book.
Oh, of course he looked at it. Wait, why is there a children's book all the way up here?
A fairy tale, if you will. And as you're reading it, kinda sounds a little familiar. You're not sure because it's in Russian, but the pictures, there's a girl and she's wearing a red coat. And she seems to be going somewhere.
Did I just find Little Red Riding Hood?
You don't know, it's in Russian. Pridwin, with your roll, you are what exactly are you looking for?
He's looking for any books that particularly stand out. Anything that might reference either his family or any of the information about the country they're in that he's not privy to. Any books that seem like they might be important or might help expand his understanding of
So
one of the million things he's got to figure out.
you notice something, and the only reason you notice it is because you keep noticing the guy that's sitting in the chair that was talking with Solon. It's not somebody you know, but he keeps glancing at all of you. He appears to be reading, but it's like he's keeping tabs on you almost. And as you're looking at him, you catch sight of a book underneath of the chair he's sitting in, with his heel kind of sitting on the edge of it, almost like he's hiding it.
Does he get a good look of what it is without having to investigate?
You're not sure.
Can someone
You
look at it? You're
you
still in front of him.
catch a hint of the end of a word. It looks like TIES.
TIES?
Mhm.
TS
Eyes.
ties?
It's the end of a word.
He just squints at that and he kind of, as he's like perusing the shelves, he'll kind of just casually speak to this new individual. So it was my understanding you know who we are.
If Kens didn't die.
Oh.
If baby's
Nope.
not yelling.
Oh no.
Was I in a conversation with Stolen though?
Yes.
You
We
guys
never
were
really
you
finished
guys
that.
were chit-chatting. You want to continue? By all means.
Yeah, if they're still in the middle of the conversation, Pridwin won't
I
butt
wasn't
in.
sure if you guys were done. Go ahead and finish the conversation.
So, what's your connection to Medvedev if you know what happened there?
What's on me about a connection to Medvedev? Their family.
I
But you are not family. Not often do individuals like ourselves come into our land without seeking something. Am I wrong?
No, you're not entirely off the mark there.
You see, that's the mystery of human existence to me. It lies not in staying alive, but in finding something to live for. So why would you travel into such a dangerous place? Especially with the Wolf of Moscow lurking about. He's gonna smirk and look you in the eyes.
Solon's kind of hiding a tinge of surprise and then squints. And what would you know about that beast?
In a moment, we have company. I was leaving a window for him to walk in.
Yeah, Solon's gonna look up from and turn around.
Oh, if Pridwin would probably just still be like looking at books as he like ventures closer, and he'll go, "Oh, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt your conversation."
No, it's the more the merrier, as you folk like to say. Come in.
Very well.
I saw you
Uh, f-
arrive earlier. What is your name? He says and holds his hand out to you.
I am Pridwin of the Cavalier de Medusa, and he will politely take your hand and shake it.
That was a very fancy name.
Well, we are royals.
He's gonna kind of smirk and look back over to Solon, because he's not picking up on any royalty in his walk.
Someone's gonna put up a hand to his mouth. Italian.
Yeah, Pridwin is a royal. He doesn't behave in the way that a Russian would, but he's very clearly he's clearly showing some form of European.
Hey. Let's just say there's different kinds of royals. Have you seen Apollyon?
I
Good
think
lord.
of this scene now. That's all. I don't.
There's special kinds.
Dude, that's I can see Brian saying that. If we ever end up in Italy, oh my god. Buongiorno.
Oh my god.
I just need to make a note to have Brian say that. One moment.
Buongiorno.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Buongiorno, how are you?
Bangiorno.
Pape.
Oh my god.
Banjo Kazooie.
Pleasure to meet you. My name is Lesovic. I was just asking your companion here what your interests in our countries are.
Well, it's complicated. I mean, he's
gonna kind of like mime down, looking at a watch for a moment. And go, we have some time until we need to be anywhere.
well, although I'm certainly not from Russia, my compatriot here is.
Upon hearing that, Brian's gonna peek his head over the same bookshelf. Be like, oh yeah, hey Solon, random question. This looks like Little Red Riding Hood. Is that what that is? And he's just gonna hold the book upside down to Solon because
You see,
of course it wouldn't.
it's literally a children's book. Like, it is the most simple of simple Russian version of Little Red Riding Hood.
I knew it.
I can't even make out those pictures. You're across the room, and it's upside down from the looks of it.
I'll take that as a yes. And Brian's gonna slide it back in the bookshelf and keep looking. More stuff. Things that look important.
So,
Bookshelf falls over.
as you can see, I like to spend my time in book. Because I'm a bit of a dreamer, you could say. Do you know what binds us here to these lands?
I've heard whispers regarding such a thing.
Our people have a sort of affliction, and there are those who would seek us out if we try to leave. I envy you humans, being able to roam so easily, getting to see such sights as the ocean.
I wouldn't necessarily say that roaming is easy for us, but I can understand the issue.
So, of all the places you could travel to, you come here. Paint me a tale. Why?
Well, I'm sure you're aware of, in some manner, of current affairs, the concerns which have been spreading across the borders.
he thinks I will pick up if he talks to me about your terrorist attack. Vaguely. I don't wish to partake in vague conversation.
Oh, no vagaries at all. I'm simply conversing.
So, I ask you again. What brings you here? Why come to this event?
Well, at the behest of our patrons.
Patrons?
I'm sure that you saw us arrive with the Sokolovs.
Yes, your compatriot let me know that they have welcomed you here as offering. Are you partaking in the event tonight?
Well, Solon was an offering. The rest of us are more guests.
I have a very nice young lady that might be well suited for you. He says, looking at you.
I appreciate.
You can feel Lunala glaring at you. You don't know where she is, but you can feel it.
Although I appreciate the gesture, I am a married man.
Oh, married. Congratulations. I mean, tell him that hell is the suffering of being unable to love. So, congratulations.
Hell is many things.
Apollyon being an edgelord in the background.
Just dropping cryptic shit in the background.
Well, he would probably like respond to that in the back. Well, there's a little more nuance to the way hell works.
Pridwin sweats visibly.
Just when he thought he was out, they pull him back in.
Thought we were in the clear. Nope.
Not today.
You have what do they call it? Monthly crew about you.
Indeed, we are from all manner of walks of life, but it takes all kinds to be able to solve a problem.
So, what is it that you came to the library to find? Do you think it would be in that book you tucked away? He says,
An
looking
adult.
at Pridwin.
An adult.
Well, I was simply perusing, but
You peruse by taking things. This is the other part of human. Deceptive.
I would hardly say that that deception is a purely human quality.
Yes.
True. It has been attributed to many animals. But beasts trust their instinct. And they can sniff out a liar. Isn't that right, Pridwin?
Are you accusing me of something, good sir? Because I can assure you, I have been completely honest with you.
Honest? Honest with me? Oh. See, that's the dangerous thing. You claim honesty, but in the very moment I see you, you thieve, and then you lie about it. You come to me, and you introduce yourself as a falsehood. And you expect me,
A falsehood?
Fuck, Pridwin, he knows too much. Run!
Pridwin will actually
away!
respond with great confidence at that statement. I have no idea what you mean, falsehood. I've introduced
both.
myself.
I'm sorry.
I've introduced myself with both my name and my title.
Above all else, do not lie to yourself. See, a man who lies to himself and listens to his own lies comes to a point where he cannot distinguish the truth within him or around him. He will lose all respect for himself and for others. And he will lose my respect as well. And right now, my respect is the only thing keeping your name out of anyone else's ears.
Well, normally I prefer to be more candid. However, we've had a bit of a problem regarding individuals with an intent to manipulate us. So far, honesty hasn't gotten us very far in this country, and candidness certainly has only brought us trouble.
It's because you move blind through this place. You don't know its rules. And you consistently trot about as though you are walking around humans. You're in a lion cage.
Of course.
Maybe, if you play things the wrong way, that could be literal. I have no interest in you humans dying here.
Believe me, I am aware of the severity of our situation. However, I also believe that caution should be exercised regarding all manner of interaction. People who speak of honesty and integrity may simply be manipulating to gain something from those who have naive hearts.
So, I ask again, and this time I expect truth. You come here, and you travel into blind territories full of danger. And in every instance I've ever read, humans do this for personal gain. What is your personal gain?
As I said, there is a problem which is arising, not just on this side of the border, but on the other.
You speak of what?
The plague, of course.
Plague. So you have a solution for the plague.
I would not go so far as to say a solution, but, well, it isn't so much that we have one as we are seeking one.
So you come here to seek a solution to this plague?
Indeed. And we collaborate, since you want candidness, we hope to collaborate with your people, considering the fact that this plague affects both of us.
Rightly so. You may yet find an ally among my people, depending on what you are willing to give up.
Well, in my personal experience, most people are willing to collaborate when it comes to fighting against impending annihilation, but if you're hoping to extract something from us,
Perhaps you need a show of good faith. He's gonna reach down below and grab the book out from beneath him. It's a book of treaties. I'll begin to flip open one of the pages. Then I'll hand it forward to you.
He'll take it and look.
You scan the page in front of you, and in royal embellishment, you see that, like many of the other pages, this is an official document. You see the very formal writing in Russian, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you, but with Solon there, I'm assuming Solon's gonna help translate.
Yeah, I'll help.
The grouchy Russian.
So, you kind of reading the formal documents, you tell him this, or you don't tell him. This is what you read. I'll let you determine if you tell him or not.
Is there no last name, or is it just like smudged out?
For the last one,
Yeah.
there is no last name.
Wow. This is something.
What is something?
Forced on which side? Okay. Something that refers and will be important to you. I think we found the answer to your episodes at the border.
Can I take a look at the page?
Be my guest.
He'll look at it.
You can't make heads or tails of the Russian. However, it's not the actual writing on it, not the actual document itself, it's the signature at the bottom.
Well, you should be able to tell the name.
You read the name, Lavinia Rhizostoma. And furthermore, there's another name signed, not even with the two signatures officiating this, but down where the witnesses would sign, you see the name Cassiel.
What do you guys have there?
Pridwin's mouth flattens.
As the other person walking over,
Apollyon, yes.
Yes.
as he does so, I'm going to be looking at Pridwin. We sometimes encounter people, perfect strangers, who begin to interest us at first sight. Suddenly, all at once, without even a word being spoken between them. I'm interested in the story you have to tell, Pridwin Horizon.
He kind of scoffs and says, I wish I had a story to tell you. Unfortunately, I don't have any information regarding this, despite the fact that I've been trying to garner that information for as long as I've been here.
Well, there you have it.
He's going to close the book and just hand it over to this man and say, well, I believe I have a conversation that I need to have with someone else.
Not yet. If you remind yourself, but moments ago, this is a gesture of goodwill.
Yes, goodwill. So I assume that you're expecting to get something from me now.
Not you in particular. Humans, they work together sometimes, no? Common goal. I imagine that is what your party wishes. I merely ask that if I am to be an ally to you, you are to be an ally to me. Is that not fair?
Yes, because your group has been such good allies with us.
You say this as though we have not, yet I don't recall exactly what we have done to your party.
Oh, yes, allow me to explain. Forgive me if I'm being a little too presumptuous, but I'm assuming that you're from Laskin?
Your presumptions are correct.
Yes, I had a feeling, because the last two individuals from Laskin that we encountered drugged us, made us make a fool out of ourselves, and then got us nearly lynched in the streets, and then got my compatriot here placed in a prison cell. So forgive me if I do not feel any sense of trust regarding your organization.
Well, I can assure you no such thing would happen again.
That remains to be seen.
However,
If you...
I do imagine your sense of perception could be skewed for the way encounters have proceeded in this moment.
Skewed? Forgive me for... I'm sorry. I really must get going. If you wish to collaborate with my friends, you're more than welcome to, but I can't have this conversation right now.
How human of you. Get what you need and go.
If you want me to repay you, then I can, but I must be going.
Well, the simplest kindness would be to have an open mind. If you are so easily deceived that we would have any interest in blaming you for your supposed terrorism, you are greatly mistaken. Your attentions should have lied where they belong. The royal line of Medvedev.
Do you want me to explain what happened over there? Because I'm willing to go into great detail if I must. and I can assure you that it will all be truthful.
Do you know much about Laskin?
No, actually. So far, the only interactions that I've had are the previous one and this one right now.
We are not considered a very powerful house. We are more often than not used by the other houses when they have their disagreements. We are tools, if you will. Why blame a tool for something its wielder did?
You'd be surprised how ironic that statement is, but regardless, I know that they were contracted by Medvedev, but that doesn't change the fact that one's actions are their own, at least in most cases. And one's actions against another person, regardless of intent.
See, that's where you're wrong. You said person. You said person as though we are like you, humans, with motives other than to survive. We are animals. You know what happens when you corner an animal? It attacks you. It doesn't matter if it was your pet or if it's a wild creature. It will behave the same. And do you know why? Because of its instinct. Laskin
yes.
has survived by its instinct, doing what we may. You see us? We are smaller, frailer. You think that if we had to deal with something like the lions or the bears or the other monsters, those wolves, that we would not be torn to shreds if we did not rely on our instincts?
Well, I can understand behaving on instinct, certainly. I mean, humans are animals.
That's
And
where you're
you
wrong.
were humans.
A very long time ago. And sometimes people, your humans, will speak about the cruelty of man. They will call it bestial. But that is terribly unjust and offensive to beasts. No animal could ever know to be so cruel as a man. So artful and so artistically cruel. I have read of your weapons of war. The things you do to each other. As far as I see it, the plague we have is no worse than any plague that already lives among all of you.
You keep trying to set a divide between us as if there's
No, I
some...
merely am trying to make a point. You come here and you treat us like we are a zoo. Like you can
We
go from
treat you
exhibit
as a
to
zoo.
exhibit and get whatever you need. For instance, I put out a hand of goodwill. You take it, you're satisfied, and you want to leave.
I
You
am
don't even
far...
hear what I have to ask, and it doesn't even require you. But I know that you are their leader. Humans respect their leaders. So I am trying to offer you a professional courtesy.
That's the other thing that I've started to notice regarding both of our encounters so far. You keep acting as if you understand what's going on. Like you can read me like a book. And yet you get so far away from the mark, it's genuinely shocking. I am far from satisfied with the information I've been given. It has made no difference in my search, but
Oh,
the
your
fact...
search. So what you're asking me for is better information. You're asking
I
me where
already
you should
knew.
look for it.
I already knew my family was here. I already knew something terrible happened. I already knew something unjust occurred and that it was our fault. I already knew that we made an agreement to never come back. This is just that put on paper, made official. They know something, knew something, and I cannot get that information from the dead.
Yes, but
I
what you can get from the living is where you're trying to go.
You also have 2 other names that you didn't have before with more information.
See? Someone who thinks. I appreciate you.
Well, I suppose I should also tell you why I'm so eager to leave. It isn't because I have the information I want, and I just want to run away. Believe me, on any other day I would be eager to repay the kindness of a stranger, but believe it or not, I am on a razor thin edge right now. I am falling apart, and I have just received more stressful information, more people knowing things about me that they can use against me to force me to do things I don't want to do. And you expect me to behave gratefully and civilized, and I just want to go into a room and have a breakdown. So, if you would kindly, I deeply apologize for my impertinence, but I need to go scream now.
Don't we all?
Perhaps if you would like to have a conversation later, we could arrange that.
All right then. I'll see
Farewell.
you around.
Pridwin is going to speed walk away.
Quick pause on you guys. Driftwood, Katya, and Virlane are up to no good.
Of
Yes.
course.
You guys have gone tiptoeing your way down. Or rather, up, I guess I should say, if you want to base it on the map. Until you have come to a building that appears... it seems like this is a building that has been abandoned, closed off, walled away. The vegetation that has taken this building over is the type that has grown for not just decades, but possibly centuries. This building has been hidden away from civilization for a very long time. Katya stops and looks at you and she says, "Okay. So I know that we're not supposed to, but hear me out. What if we do it anyway?"
I like what you're thinking and saying here, but the problem is I don't do dirt or grass, and that really looks like they need a gardener in there. But if you go, I'll follow, I guess.
Don't tell me you only brought one dress.
Oh, please. I brought my entire closet, thank you very much. But this tends to be an in-season dress, and... Oh well, fuck it, let's go.
Come on! She grabs your wrist and starts pulling you, and she starts climbing the wall. Driftwood, you are being very carefully carried up this very decrepit wall, I might add.
I'm getting dirt in my nails.
Oh, don't cry about it. You can shower off before the banquet tomorrow.
Katya
It's
hops
not-
over the edge of the fence.
Dun dun dun.
You
Even
guys...
the sensation of dirt on my hands would be wonderful right now.
you enter into what appears to be, as the description is written, a lab. The place is falling apart. You see many things that have been broken, and in the large greenhouse style windows there is moonlight sifting in. There's all kinds of broken things, and you're not quite sure what you're looking at. Vera, you've never really been in a lab. You're not one for science. Your people appreciate the arts. So there's a whole bunch of things in here that make absolutely no sense to you. I mean, hey, at least the jars are kind of pretty when they got weird colors in them.
Are they sparkly or shiny?
Some of them shine in the moonlight, yeah. Katya very carefully is maneuvering her way around, and it's almost impressive the way that she navigates without making a sound, avoiding every single possible piece of rubble or glass on the ground. Meanwhile, you're not so good. You crunch down on things. You don't know the first thing about sneaking or being stealthy. In fact, you've behaved yourself most of your life, so this is all kind of new territory for you.
Awesome.
Yeah, so you guys start looking around. Is there anything you would like to look for, Driftwood or Vera, while you guys are in this spooky, spooky lab?
Can I go to the nearest
Okay.
shiny object?
You see the big blue glass thing, like in the picture I've posted. It is reflecting in the moonlight. There appears to be... You peer in. Is that maybe like a cocoon? Like something's crawled out of it, like they were keeping some kind of creature in here, but it has long since died and turned into whatever the detritus is on the bottom of the terrarium. Driftwood. Do you have
I'm
any
gonna.
qualms?
I don't even think I understand what glass is.
You probably would know what glass is.
But what the shapes are for the glass, like uh, bottles and such.
I mean,
I guess I'm just,
that's fair. I mean, if you had ever been buddy-buddy with your friend, though, you probably would have seen a lot of these if he ever took you upstairs.
oh, probably right.
Hmm.
In that case, I'm gonna look for things that might be similar.
And you
Anything
see
I've seen before.
a lot. This is like the early stages. This would have come before the stuff that you saw in those days. But a lot of very similar things. You see a lot of, looks like insect parts, diagrams of insectoid type creatures. Lots of terrariums where things were once living but no longer. Would you like to roll me a perception check?
Is that oof, straight 10?
Okay, it wasn't very high. You hear something in the distance. There's a soft hum. Almost like a clicking hum for just a moment, and then it stops. You wait for a second, and Vera steps down on another piece of glass while trying to look into the shiny container, and the hum starts again, and then it stops.
Hmm. The smoke hand does that thing where it has the index finger and thumb sort of cradling a chin.
You like do it perfectly where she's drawn the face onto your driftwood.
What is it, Stick?
The name's Charles Xavier.
Oh,
That
sorry. My bad. My bad, Mr. Charles,
Points.
sir.
points over in the direction of the sound. Hit me against the surface a few times. I want to listen to something.
Okay. Katya bangs
yes.
you on the countertop.
Oh yes, bash the stick against things. Physical, would that be abuse?
Your
Stick of
skull,
wisdom.
the pain just kind of racks through what would be your head. The
I
buzzing
forgot you are
starts
very
again.
strong.
The buzzing starts and then it stops again.
Okay, use something else to hit the surface, and I'll point in the direction that I'm hearing this from. Maybe you hear it too.
Hearing what from?
I don't hear anything. She stops listening. She bonks you on the counter one more time and listens. Nothing. She shrugs.
Vera, did you find anything interesting?
I think I found a floating eyeball, but other than that, no, not really.
Vera, you feel a chill come over you as
No.
something. There's a presence. It wasn't there before. The presence moves up behind you.
Even
And
bigger, no thank you.
it's so large that it seems to be hovering over the top of you. And you watch the little girl who was enjoying herself a moment before standing in front of you, her eyes widen as they move upward past you, past your head, looking at something else.
What? Is there something above me?
Listen to me very carefully. Don't move.
Katya says.
Someone says that.
Why?
Very. Do I see whatever's behind?
You do, and I'm gonna send you exactly what you're seeing. I gotta pull it up, hold on.
Standing there, menacingly. I don't even know if it's a he.
I'm going to use smoke manipulation to create a tiny version of it.
You're just gonna create that? Okay. So you watch, the stick seems to be able to make smoke, which is a little weird, right? And an image begins to form in front of the stick in this smoke, and it's really hard for you to make out, but it kind of looks like a human, except there's things sticking out of it in places that they shouldn't be, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to you, but whatever it is seems to be looming closer and closer to you.
I hope that's a joke, Stick, because if you really want to make me scream and cry, that'll about do it.
There's a loud clicking sound as you say this, and the clicking is so strong you feel it reverberate in your chest. All of a sudden, there's a crash from the other side of the room, and you watch as Katya has thrown a small chunk of debris she got off the table next to her, and has shattered a bottle, and whatever it is lumbers sideways for a moment, and you're no longer in its shadow. And in that split second, Katya has sprinted into you, grabbed you, and thrown you towards the door that you guys came in, towards the wall. Go, go, go! Katya yells at you.
Have you guys pissed off this time?
Can I create a smoke screen?
Yes.
Yes. Smoke screen it up, and due to the fact that we're running, I'm going to stretch it.
So you guys are running towards the fence, and the smokescreen is stretching out behind you. Vera, you're in the front and you get to the wall first. Would you like to use your wings? Or do
Please.
you just, in a panic, start crawling?
No, I prefer to use wings.
So, in your fear, these long, enormous, pure white feathered wings spread on either side of your shoulders, and without thinking, you lurch into the air. You feel the thorns and the ivy tearing at the bottom of your dress as you launch into the sky and sail back in the direction of the castle, feeling that kind of bird-like panic, the fluttering, uncontrollable fear to flee. Katya is running through the smokescreen, and she gets to the wall and she leaps onto it and grabs hold of it. And she starts to climb, and you hear from behind you, Driftwood, that clicking. It gets louder, and then it becomes overwhelmed with a thudding, thundering footsteps. And before you know what's happening, something has hit the wall behind you. Katya looks at you as she's grabbing at the ivy, and the ivy's slipping in her hands and tearing free from the stone as she tries to scramble over it. She glances at you and she says, "If I throw you, do you think you can find one of them?"
Find one of what?
"Just find Pritwin," she says, and she arches back her arm, holding onto the ivy with one hand, and hurls you into the air with the speed of a professional javelin thrower. One second you're in her hands, and the next you are traveling fast enough to impale somebody when you come down. You hear this weird humming, clicking, and Katya giving a screech from behind you. And then you hit the ground. Or rather, the wall. You crash into some ivy and tangle near the door, the entranceway to Castle Volkov. I'm gonna pause real quick. Does anybody need to go to the bathroom or anything?
Yes, please.
I picked a bad time. Like, what the hell happened?
Kira, I hope
Big
you know
mouth
I'm in
thing.
the dark right now, and every time you describe that, I had to keep staring at my closet because I feel like there's something in there now. Thank you.
You're good. It's okay. It's fine. You're welcome.
Just
World building.
Mhm.
That's
don't
for
think
you.
about it.
Yeah, does anybody need to do anything real quick?
I'm chill.
No, I'm good.
Okay, great. So, who are we going to start with? I think we should start with Brian. Brian,
Okay.
what are you up to? I mean,
Well,
you have
Brian-
just they were
yeah.
having a conversation across the room, and you watched Pridwin kind of in a emotional state, from what you could tell, very rapidly leave the conversation.
Well, there goes Pridwin. I'm just gonna go back to. I'm just gonna go to the next shelf over and see if I see anything that looks important.
You have kind of hit your limit on finding books at this point. It's very late, and you're getting tired of looking for journals. You're not having much luck right now. It doesn't seem that there's any more of that author's works here.
Then Brian's gonna jump down and make his way to the door to leave.
You hop down and start walking towards the door and run into Apollyon.
Brian's gonna glare at him. Birdoleon.
Electo, sorry.
Yes.
No, he
Electo.
doesn't know his name because he just heard it.
Yeah.
So he just calls him Birdoleon for now.
Dolion.
Brian,
Birdoleon.
I haven't had the moment to speak with you yet. Well, first of all, while I'm here, I'm Electo. Two,
Hi.
well, I came here to find Pridwin to tell him that I don't know where Katya went, and then he stormed off upset. So, I'm gonna have you help me go find Katya.
Sure?
All right, let's do it.
Okay. I feel like she'll be in the one place.
You're muted.
Oh,
Not you. Liam's muted, sorry.
is gonna.
Sorry, I forgot about that. Pridwin is in the middle of storming off at the moment.
Well, I'm sure you
Yes.
could hear that conversation then if you want. Also,
Let's not
Apollyon, you're
tell him
usually
right now.
good at that. Roll me a perception check real quick.
Okay. Let's see.
Perception check on losing Katya? Damn.
18.
You definitely heard the thud of something hitting the wall outside the windows.
Bet you
When
$5 for
Pridwin
sure.
when Pridwin overhears you say that you can't find Katya, he looks around, sort of realizing the fact that she wasn't with you, and he says, "You are kidding me.
I have no
I
idea where she
asked
went.
you to look after the one child that we have in our care, and you can't even do that."
I don't need you yelling at me right now. She stormed off. I tried to find her, and now I'm helping you guys help me find her. So
She's probably trying to break into the laboratory.
that's what I was thinking. So I'm going to need somebody to come with me.
Or, hear me out, it's whatever that giant thud that just hit the wall is.
I'll go check it out. He walks over to the
go-
direction of the thud.
You
Brian's gonna
you
follow.
walk to the window and you look out the window and you see tangled up in the ivy is a stick.
Brian, not me.
What?
Yes.
Wasn't
you're-
me. I've been here the whole time.
No, you're picking up the stick.
Oh, hell no. I'm not picking up the fucking
You're
stick.
picking up the stick.
No, not it.
I already
Brian
said
places
not
his
me.
finger- At least Pridwin or Solon.
Oh, good. You found me.
Yes.
It is I.
Why are
It
you
is
on
I,
the wall?
Godwin. Please
I'm not
help.
fucking touching you.
It's
Okay,
I, Godwin!
So why are you on the wall? And I'm assuming Katya threw you.
Katya has, like, amazing strength. And now I'm embedded in this wall. Please help.
Yes, but why are you in this wall?
Because I was thrown by Katya.
But why did she throw you? I mean,
Oh, insect soldiers, I think.
insect soldiers.
We were attacked. I tried to hide. It
It's a-
did not work.
Okay, somebody can go
Pridwin-
get the stick. I'm heading to the laboratory.
Pridwin's already heading with Lunala towards the lab.
Yeah.
Brian's gonna follow
Probably
and
has
just leave
following.
the stick.
Brian, you run into Amani in the hallway and you guys begin to follow.
Brian's
Who's
gonna
picking up
go
the
into
stick?
his weapon form.
Who's
I like
picking
to
up the
think the
stick?
stick just
Yeah,
is just left there.
He's just,
He's
yeah,
just offering in the
just fuck you, stick.
Solon, are you going?
No. I still kind of want to talk to Lazovic.
Okay, you can stay there and talk to him.
Yes, I will stay.
Go head to the laboratory.
Just so
Alright, so just to clarify, Apollyon and Abaddon, Brian and Amani, Pridwin and Lunala are all
Yes.
going to the lab.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we're gonna have
And
a great
who's
time.
picking up the stick?
So far,
Not
no.
me. I like to be able to
I'm
speak.
pretty sure we just left the stick there.
The stick is stuck.
Is
Maybe
one
the
of you
stick can go
picking the stick up?
Apollyon will summon an imp to carry it and fly it.
My god.
Would an imp be able to get it out of the wall?
But I feel like an imp would be able to. The flying ones, the ones with the claws.
Yeah, okay, the one that like, carried me to the freaking ledge while the floor was literally lava.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that thing. No, yeah, no.
You
he'll be
summon an
fine.
imp.
Yes.
The imp goes to pick up the the stick.
Mm-hmm.
Does it spontaneously
Hold on.
combust?
I have to,
Is it
I
just
need my sheet real quick. Roll a D100 for me.
All right. That is a 7.
Oh! Huh.
Mm-hmm.
So the imp picks the stick up and then, like, flies toward you for half a second and then just stops and collapses on the ground,
Oh.
unconscious.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not picking up that stick. We're leaving.
Yeah, I'm not touching it. Yeah, we're out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Doo-doo-doo. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my possum and leave. Excuse me, please. But fuck that shit, I'm out.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we head to the laboratory.
He's just leaving the stick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you see what happened to that imp?
Just-
I'm not. I'm
just
not.
caution. It's like, we're not fucking with that again.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. I rest in peace, Driftwood, I guess. You guys start going
You'll be there forever.
towards. I'm assuming Pridwin has the map still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he'd have it tucked in his.
So yeah, you guys would be able to figure out where the laboratory is, and in the same way that they did, you kind of have to go off the beaten path. And you find a wall that has been completely overtaken by greenery for centuries. It's very quiet out here. It's probably 3, 4 in the morning at this point. The moon is high in the
I
sky.
have an idea. I have an idea. Hold on. I'm gonna message Apollyon something. See if we can do a thing.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Hear me out.
Okay, I'm hearing you out.
If we get into combat with a bunch of bugs, right? We totally could do that.
Pridwin,
Oh.
while they're having this psychic conversation, you hear something above you.
Mm-hmm.
You look up into one of the large trees nearby, and you see a shape that does not belong there. It is a girl with long, white blonde pigtails, looking terrified.
If it's not caught, he's going to look over to her and he's going to say, "Where is she?"
Thing took her past the.
Brian's just gonna start climbing the wall.
Devolves
Like a
into
monkey just-
sobbing.
He just sighs and marches straight into the. He's heading straight. You said there was like a hole in the wall?
There's not. They climbed.
Oh, he's just going to start climbing.
So you try to climb, but you are extremely heavy even without your armor, and the ivy is... It seems like the ivy that was moored on the other side of it has been torn loose.
I
So
don't
you're
think-
trying to make your way up, but it's gonna take you a bit.
Can I make a strength roll? He is going to, if he can't climb up, he is going to dig his fist into the wall and make climbing.
He's just.
He
punch a
doesn't
hole
have
in
the
wall.
energy for this right now. He's
Literally
going to force his way up there if he has to.
Okay.
Just break a hole in the wall.
You just start to break
Literally,
it
just
Kool-Aid Man's through the wall.
oh yeah, you know.
So, let me find his strength real quick. Yeah, that's gonna be a 40.
Okay, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
you
Brian,
crit?
watched- No, I didn't crit.
God!
No, he crit. His
Brian,
crit.
you
That's-
watch as he literally walks up to the wall, and he takes off his gloves, revealing that it's not just his gauntlets which have claws. He also has kind of claw-like hands, and he just fucking like grabs into the wall, like punches his fingers into the stone of the wall and starts climbing.
Brian's just gonna hold on to the vines he's on and just stare at Pridwin wide-eyed, like, damn, and keep climbing, just faster because you don't want to get in Pridwin's way. That'd be bad. God help anyone that gets in his way right now.
You
Apollyon
start
flies over.
climbing the wall. Apollyon, you know,
Just
agilely
fly.
hopping his way over the wall with no problems whatsoever.
Damn demons.
You guys get over the edge and you land in a pile of torn ivy. Something collided with the wall from the other side and ripped the ivy down.
Thank God
On
I'm
the
not a
inside,
human.
as you turn around and you look towards this decrepit building that is encircled by this wall, you see the same things that I posted in Face Claims. There's a laboratory in here.
Is Brian up there yet? Is it Brian
Yeah,
over there
all
yet?
three of you have made it over the wall.
Brian's gonna roll a perception check to see if he can figure
Yeah.
out what's going on.
Roll a perception check.
Or like what we're supposed to beat the merciless, ever-living shit out of. I love rolling a 1.
Brian, there's a lot of shiny stuff in here. There's a whole lot of shiny stuff in here, my guy.
Ooh, shiny. Brian's gonna walk up to the closest shiny thing and pick it up.
It is one of those glass bottles, kind of terrarium-looking things.
Brian's gonna set it back down and go to the next thing, and he's just gonna keep doing this.
Apollyon, you
Mhm.
you're noticing a lot about this room. You notice the insect diagrams. You notice the terrariums and a whole lot of. You actually see like dissection boards and places where it looks like somebody was studying possibly medicine. You're not sure what's going on here. This is a whole lot of science shit, and it's a little much for you if you're being honest. However, you do, for the briefest of moments, hear a soft clicking sound coming from somewhere further into this building.
He's going to. I'm gonna roll stealth, and I'm going to go towards it.
Roll.
That is a grand total of 30.
Okay, Pridwin, did you roll perception?
I did not. Let me do that real quick. 18?
What
Okay.
the fuck?
You're also noticing a lot about this lab, and you being a man of medicine, you can tell that somebody was studying illnesses here. You see books and journals with notes on local illnesses and cures, and you see a whole lot of study into bugs, insects, spiders. You definitely see all of the terrariums that once had living things in them long since abandoned. And you too hear every once in a while the faintest clicking sound.
Yeah, he just ignores all of this stuff and immediately starts heading towards the clicking.
You start walking. Apollyon, you have no problem blending into the shadows as you usually do. Pridwin, you are a lot less subtle.
Brian's gonna notice where Pridwin is going and start following.
Yeah, you kind of notice Pridwin just angrily walking in a direction. Pridwin, your foot crunches down on a piece of glass and that clicking starts again. Do you keep walking?
He is not going to stop.
You keep walking. your feet hitting pieces of glass and stone. In the shadows, near the edge of this room, you start to make out shapes. It's almost like a structure, like a little hive. And you see the remnants of bones and carcasses strewn in front of the entrance. Seems the clicking is coming from somewhere inside of it.
Apollyon enters.
You duck your head down to enter, and you almost run smack into it. It steps forward and begins to move out of its little hive, and you make out some amalgamation. Not human, not completely insectoid either, with large mandibles on either side of its head that click together. And as they do, it seems that this is how it's hearing you. It stops and listens when it clicks them, and then moves towards Pridwin slowly. You notice, looking at this thing, there seems to be a collar, maybe, or a chain around its neck, and there's something dangling from it with some kind of writing on it.
Apollyon's gonna look around for Katya, if possible.
The second it moves out of the hive, you glance inside, and you make out movement.
He walks over to it.
You kind of duck inside of the hive, having to get into your... It's uncomfortable for you, I'll word it that way. And attached to the ceiling, her legs entombed in this strange substance that the rest of the hive is made out of, is Katya, very angrily trying to struggle free.
You will summon Abaddon and try to cut her free.
You summon Abaddon. You kind of swing at the hive, but Katya is nervous you're gonna hit her legs. She's clearly trying to break herself out, but she looks like she's in a daze. She gives you a panicked look.
He sort of... He puts his finger over where his mouth would be, technically his beak, and keeps trying to delicately cut away at this hive container.
Ryan's gonna walk over to Apollyon and be like, should we exterminate all of these bugs? I mean, we can't allow this to just be here, right? What if they got out?
Apollyon looks over and doesn't say a word, trying to be as quiet as possible.
Yeah, Pridwin, the creature was moving towards you, but the second Brian talks, it kind of stops and its head snaps back in the direction of the hive. The mandibles beginning to click together again.
Okay, wait, this is a question for the DM. If I whisper, will it still hear me? I assume yes.
You can talk to him through your inner link if you're using dual arts.
Wait, is Apollyon even a part of their dual arts?
I don't know.
I don't know. Have you ever tried? Have you guys used dual arts with Apollyon before?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, I don't even know really what dual arts really means.
It's how you guys talk to each other through your inner rooms. It means all of you are resonating at on the same level.
Okay.
As a team.
See, my idea
I mean, I would...
We haven't really addressed that since the first attempt.
Yeah, you guys haven't really, so I would probably say no.
Okay. So, see, my idea was Pridwin tries to get Katya out, and like about
Pridwin looks like he's...
feet away.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Pridwin doesn't look like he gives a shit about anything except for this monster right now.
Okay. You see, my idea was I was gonna try and use Solar Storm, just to like murder all of the bugs because I think it would be cool.
Yes. But you
But for
may
that, I need to
blow up
work
the
in-
entire laboratory.
Yeah, counter argument.
Counter-argument!
Counter argument to your counter argument. It's a 50-foot radius,
I mean,
so if you're
yeah,
out of that, you won't die.
Counter-argument to
counter-argument.
that counter-argument. If there's any clues in this laboratory and you use that, there will not be clues in here any longer.
Fine, no Solar Storm again. Fuck.
I
Maybe
unleash
one
the
day.
power of the sun in an enclosed space covered in plants.
I unleash the power of the sun and radiation everywhere.
Well, we're
Oh, wait,
fighting. You're fighting a
Water-
Phyrexian. That's
Water
all.
is radiated.
I have an idea.
Yes, I do throw a fireball in this wooden tavern that's only about 10 feet by 10 feet.
Of course I do. Why are you even asking me?
Did I stutter? I said cast fireball. I don't care that it's in a 10-foot room.
I have an idea.
Oh, the entire party's centered in one spot?
Great!
Fireball.
Yes.
So, how, in terms of feet, how big do you think this room is that he's in?
Are you talking about the hive itself or the,
Yes.
the laboratory?
The hive.
The hive is... It's got a little door that's maybe 4 foot high, but the inside of the hive is like maybe 10 feet tall, maybe 6 feet radius. It's not huge. I mean, this enormous monster, you imagine, curls itself up into a tiny, tiny, tiny ball.
Yeah.
Question: could I use acid rain to? Because it says I can affront it, and at a high rate of speed, I can yeet the acid rain cloud into a spinning orb. And so I was wondering if I could throw it at the entrance to that hive, so nothing else maybe gets out.
I mean, Katya's inside of that hive. That's
Yeah.
also where Apollyon is.
I thought she was
Yeah.
out. I thought they were on the
No.
wall.
No, Apollyon and Katya are inside of the hive right now, the little
yeah,
one.
yeah. Yeah, we would also be
Um,
trapped in here. I have an idea though. Hear me out. Theoretically, I can use. This would take a lot out of me though, but if I go up to the monster itself, hold on, let me think. What is the monster chained to? Is it chained to anything, or is it just
Nope.
a collar?
It seems
Okay.
that there's just some kind of collar or identification on it.
Yeah. Then in that case, he's going to look at Brian. Is he blocking the entrance?
Blocking is a strong word. I mean, he's probably crouched down looking at you.
Okay. He's going to stop with Katya, but he's going to move towards the entrance, pushing everyone out of the way. My plan is to make a loud noise, lure the creature out, and let them free her.
See, that was my next idea. It's like Thunderwave. Or wait, no. Yeah, Thunderwave. Because that's just like a thunderclap. I can put it 30 feet away.
I do have a question in all of this. Pridwin, what the fuck are you doing while they're having this conversation?
Pridwin's getting ready to attack it.
Okay,
He's transforming and he's making an attack.
okay. If you're going to attack it, I need you to roll initiative.
Absolutely.
All right.
Hey, do we all roll initiative?
For Apollyon, if he sees Pridwin making the attack, then Apollyon's just gonna join in.
Okay.
But hear me out, Pridwin. Do Brian and Apollyon see you get ready to majorly fuck up this
Oh.
bug?
It is incredibly obvious that he has murderous intent.
Let me roll. One minute.
He's having a bad day.
He's already reached his breaking point.
He's having a bad time. Having a bad time.
You both got 12s? What the fuck?
Okay. What
You
should?
see, we're just
How should we?
awesome like that.
How should we tie this?
Gotta.
Rock paper scissors.
Rock paper. How are we gonna do that?
Just
person make
one.
mine.
I mean,
Oh, we're gonna high or low it. That's what we're gonna do.
Wait,
Each
wait.
of you roll a
Think of a
d20 and the
number.
higher one's going first.
Oh, okay, I was gonna have Pridwin think of a number between 1 through 10.
Might I
Alright.
roll an odd or even?
You know what? That works too.
Yeah,
Who
you
wants
do
to be
that
odd?
high. I'll odd.
I'll be even then.
Okay, great.
I rolled a 14. 5.
Oh wait, am I rolling? Oh, okay. I rolled a 15.
The hell?
We rolled each other's.
This is bullshit. We do again?
I'm so confused.
I don't.
I
don't
mean,
know how
I
this works.
feel like if you guys just roll a roll a d4 and do odd
Hold
or
on.
even.
So this is very simple. All
You
I
know-
needed to know was Brian was odd, Apollyon was even, and Lesivic's rolling the d20 to decide who goes
That's
first.
what I thought was going on, and then he
Oh.
muted himself. So I was like, "Oh, okay. Are we rolling?"
Okay.
it?
It was
That's,
even.
that's why I
It was
even.
even?
Okay, it was me then.
Okay, so Apollion's going fucking first. Jesus fuck. Okay.
Mhm.
Alright, so Pridwin, you make your attack.
Yeah. Let's see. What is Pridwin gonna do? Because it's going to hurt. One second. Yeah, let me make a higher low real quick. Yeah, that's low. Hang on, I've got to do a lot of dice. 3?
What are you doing?
I'm using effervescent lantern.
Okay, that's what I thought. Who the fuck is riding a motorcycle outside of our house at 10 o'clock at night?
Someone who's riding a motorcycle outside of your house at 10 o'clock at night.
How dare they?
My crazy cousin is screaming outside at the streetlight right now, so.
Oh, dope, okay.
fun.
Sounds
We're all
exciting.
experiencing weird
What'd the
things.
streetlight do?
Yippee!
Do we need to pull up?
I'm pretty sure it's done nothing. He's probably back going crazy or
Okay.
something like that, but it's just random.
So,
I don't
Have you
know.
rolled?
so for the number of lightning bolts, I rolled a 3.
'Kay.
And for the amount of damage each bolt is going to do, I rolled a 56.
Okay.
Which means that it is going to be taking 168 points of lightning damage.
Oh my god.
God.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
As Pridwin just takes Lunala's hand, transforms, and then immediately she has her palm out, and there's just this beam of light that hits this thing directly in the chest.
There is this awful, it's not a scream, it's just horrible clicking. This awful vibrating hum that is so loud you can feel it in your chest. And then it's its turn. And it moves towards you. I need you to make a attempt to dodge. Okay, well.
Definitely getting hit.
So
by
did he!
So my question is, how many
Okay.
bugs are there?
Let's see. Fucking counter, I guess. We both rolled crits. He rolled an 18 too. I hate it here. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're right. Okay, you know, I'll allow that. So here's what happens. The way I'm envisioning this happening here. You're also muted, by the way. So
They just hear him go, what?
basically, this thing comes up to you and grabs, like, it lunges to grab Lunala and opens its mouth, and a spew of bugs comes out of its mouth of all shapes and sizes, and it basically just vomits a spew of all kinds of horrible, creepy, crawly things directly into Lunala's face and down her clothing.
Are we
Oh.
sure Solar Storm is off?
And
the
what I'm
table?
imagining is as it does this, Lunala just pushes the spike face of Pridwin's shield
Uh-huh.
forward into its mouth.
That's exactly kind of what I was imagining, is the gut reaction is for her to thrust you directly up into its mouth. So do a basic attack for me.
Absolutely. So that's plus strength, 41 points of damage.
41. Okay. Apollyon.
Quick check. How healthy does this thing look?
It's not great, but it's not terrible.
Okay. In that case, he's going to.
Oh yeah, how much damage did we take?
Oh, right, I didn't roll damage. Hold on. So
I was gonna say, I mean-
let's see. So she has this and
Shouldn't have
this.
reminded her. You could have got off damage for
You really could have. I probably would have forgotten at this point. It wasn't meant to be a hard fight, but here we are.
I want to be an honest player.
You're taking
I wanna use
56, or
Solar
she's
Storm.
taking
You can't have
56,
Solar
and
Storm.
Lunala is absolutely disgusted. Like, she, to this point, is, like, throwing up.
Hang on. Did that do critical damage?
Yes.
Oh, Pridwin's attack. I didn't do the critical damage. That would have been 82 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Okay, what did you tell me
Here,
originally?
let me subtract.
41,
Yeah, so it's 82.
82, 41, so another 41. Okay. Apollyon?
Yes. I am going to. I'm gonna just use new shadow style reversal.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a. Alright. I'm gonna roll to hit.
Mhm.
That is a 16.
You rolled a 14 to counter, so.
Alright. In that case, that is a. So he condenses this sort of red energy in his hands. You guys have seen this before when he was in his monster form, and it does. Actually, no, only Lunala's seen it. Oh shit. Well, Lunala has seen it before.
Yeah.
That is 34 points of damage as this red orb pierces through the creature.
It does. How
and
much?
through the walls. It does 34 points of damage.
34.
Pierces through the creature and the walls and probably anything else behind it for a long time.
Yeah. Brian. Bug monster.
Well, bug monster. How close am I to the bug monster?
I'd say
How
within
many are
15
there?
feet. There's
How
one,
many are there?
and it's a
There's
big boy.
one? Oh,
It's a big boy. Or a
okay.
girl.
I'm
You don't
gonna
know
use
what
a
it is.
Category 5 hurricane.
Are you sure you want to do that?
That is.
I mean, it would hurt.
Please do not.
Why?
Please
Do
don't
not the
do
hurricane.
environmental damage.
No. The hurricane is just a lot of storm winds, and I get a 66% chance guaranteed to sever targeted limb and 5d20's worth of damage.
Okay, additional point. What do hurricanes do to buildings?
Ah, come. I mean,
I'm sorry, man. We need single target damage.
it's single target. It doesn't say it damages the area.
You do
I mean-
happen to have a fire-based single target attack?
Yeah, actually, if it isn't an AoE, then it shouldn't cause damage to the environment.
You do, but it does like no damage. I feel like sometimes. But fine,
There's-
I'll use solar ray on the thing.
There is a very capable AoE attacker who can do targeted AoEs.
But
But
y'all
is currently
left
sitting-
him.
I'm not gonna suffer the effects of the stick.
You want to know the funny thing about this? I'm gonna say this now, just to save myself the sanity. You can only get cursed once.
Yeah, okay, but the
Well, we
party
didn't
doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Fuck's
you
sake!
know, no.
God.
Oh,
Okay, what are you
Brian's gonna
using?
use a solar ray.
God bless. Okay, solar ray. Okay, so roll to hit first.
19.
You barely beat that. Roll your damage.
Where my D12s? So what? So would that just be 3 D20s?
It would be so it's
Yeah,
D12
okay.
per ray, so 3d12.
Ah. Alright, I'm gonna put this in Google's. Hold on.
Okay.
Ooh, 29.
Alright, and they get 3 stacks of Scorch.
Yep.
For
So
how
he's
many
got
turns?
3 stacks of scorch.
And that gets added by 1 for 2 turns.
What does he explode?
At 10.
At 10.
Okay, and this goes back to Pridwin.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
Okay.
There was supposed to be a
Okay.
meme.
There was
Hang on.
supposed to be.
Alright.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
Hang on.
He's to say nothing.
Just absolute
Doesn't elaborate.
silence.
I'm glad we've established that fact. Are we gonna take our turn now?
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Period.
All right, here we go. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. High or low?
Ah, yes, Godzilla. I see. I thought we weren't doing AoE.
That's another low. Not as good.
Oh Jesus.
3d6. Oh.
'Kay.
Oh.
Dear Lord.
Okay, but this is probably still not gonna be a ton of damage, but
How do you make things like
Hang on.
advertising? What is this? Just madness.
so it's gonna take 88 points of lightning damage as once
88?
again another. Yep,
Woo!
as another beam of energy, slightly dimmer this time, but still just as destructive, slams into this thing's shoulder.
So here's what happens.
God.
You catch it in the shoulder, and then with the motion, Luna cleaves the energy beam downward, and it bisects the plates of this creature, cutting from the shoulder down the torso, down, severing it in half. The creature falls in 2 pieces, its body twisting and convulsing at awkward, inordinate angles, and it lets out this awful clicking hum that begins to sound like crying. It's still alive,
Well, shit.
but it's not
I think
fighting you anymore.
Solar ray.
Actually, wait. Additional point. I have
Um,
something I can do. How big is this creature?
Big.
Very big?
Big.
Like, on
Big.
terms of,
El
like...
Grande.
in
It's
terms of, like,
about, I'd say probably 12 foot.
12 feet? Okay. Can I steal this guy's shadow?
Of course you're gonna ask that. You know what? Roll me a d20 to try.
Alright. That is a...
You're gonna have to beat a 19.
When
Doable.
you say that, I rolled a natural 20.
Oh!
God damn!
Ah, I believed.
I believe.
The copium was real.
The copium was real.
God.
And in that case, it deals 21 damage to the creature as I rend its shadow from its body.
Honestly, definitely a cool shadow for you to have in your.
Is it like a Pokemon for
your
you?
list.
Yes.
Kind of
Ah,
how
I
his
like
shadows
that.
work.
Wants
This
to be
thing
the very
lets
best
out
that no one ever was.
a final buzzing hum as its head hits the ground, and the clicking begins to fade away. You hear from inside the hive, "God damn it, Apollyon, get me out of here!"
Hold on 1 sec. I'm getting its memories.
Brian's
Um,
gonna go free Katya. Oh,
Oh,
rip.
did somebody just get murdered?
I think that was the
Ripkins.
guy Solon was talking to. What's his name?
Damn.
Yeah, that guy. Mark my words, one day I will create a solar storm and wipe out the universe.
Maybe one day when you have Soma.
I will open a black hole.
God.
Soma
That's
used.
why one of these
So-
days I'm gonna put Brian on a training arc, and that's one of the abilities I'm gonna try and convince the DM to let me learn. Like I can only use it once, and never again.
Soma has a black hole ability, but the only person that could help him use it is dead. So.
Oh, well, you know that'd be fun for Soma to try to teach Brian if we ever get him back.
True, but we need a space user, like a spatial magic
also
user.
true.
You had one of those, but
We did,
It
yeah, and then
died.
they
technically
died,
you
Yeah.
still kind of sort of do if things work out.
True.
Oh yeah, DM. I added a bunch of
Mm.
on the Google Doc.
Proof
I
of
added
death
a
was
bunch
never
of-
provided in the cabin. They could still be bleeding out. knows?
bunch of
Still-
practical ability
Still-
ideas.
still
Laying there
on
in the
ground
cabin.
making death
3
saves.
years later, slowly dying.
Yeah. What the fuck, guys?
I'm just imagining the fucking Baldur's Gate 3 death save, but it's been happening over and over again
Yeah.
for 3 years.
They've been like endlessly succeeding and failing.
Yeah, DM. I added a bunch of ability ideas to the very bottom of the Google Doc. They might need balance. I don't know, but yeah, there's like 4 of them.
I'll look at them.
3, 4, 5. There's 5. Yeah, you can look at them later. I don't care. Just let me know. The kind of one to put. I wanted to have more things because you can never have enough attacks.
Apollyon doesn't have enough attacks. I've had an idea for an ability, but I'll discuss that later.
I have
Well,
5.
shit. I
Has
think.
a list of 30 abilities
what?
that I've pitched.
Apollo, has
It
this
has
ever
a
shared
list of
with
like
you?
30.
Wait, what was that, Brian?
Have I ever shared my Google Doc with you? Because I think you'd like some of the abilities.
Oh, I worked on some of those abilities.
He
actually.
helped me make your sheet.
Oh yeah, he did. I'm smart. I remember these things. Okay.
No, you have some cool stuff on there.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Apollyon gets up and he says, "Wow, I think I have depression now."
You didn't before? You hear from the cavern as Brian's trying to free Katya.
Let's just say this woman's life was not particularly great.
You hear that, Pridwin? You just thunder punched a woman in the face.
I think you freed her, but that's
Probably that.
Pridwin is going to transform back into his self, and he is going to heal Lunala real quick.
Lunala immediately lets go of you and turns and starts vomiting.
He's going to give her a reassuring pat on the back as he uses the last of his energy to put her back over half health.
She kind of smiles up at you and then immediately starts throwing up again. You notice that she is throwing up actual living, crawling creatures.
He's very concerned, but he is going to immediately fall back into the state he was in previously as he walks over to Brian and says, "Is she hurt?"
I mean, she's conscious. You can just ask her.
He just repeats, "Is she hurt?"
Brian's gonna yell, Katya, are you hurt? Shit.
She's hurt. Heal her.
Yes.
I'm fine, Pridwin.
Never mind.
He's then going to turn back to Brian and say, "She does not leave your sight for even a moment. Understood?"
Brian's gonna salute. Yes, Captain.
Amani is standing there and she goes, "Really? That's a good idea to you?"
I wasn't gonna tell him that. He looks pissed, and I don't want to get thunder punched in the face. Plus, you're
He's
here.
go-
You'll be fine. They pat him on him.
He's then going to turn around and say, "I'm going to lay down." And he's going to go back to Lunala and help her to the best of his ability, and he's going to leave the building.
You walk out the door of the building, and immediately you are in the presence of multiple people. Virlane is standing there with her arms wrapped around herself, looking uncomfortable, and on either side of her, you see wolves. You see this wolf and this one. They're looking at you disapprovingly.
You should go help Pridwin. Wait, does Brian not even know what's going on outside?
No. You,
Oh.
and Apollyon, and Amani, and Katya are all inside. Katya is still stuck to the ceiling of the fucking hive.
"Gentlemen, I apologize for the trespass. My child wandered into the building. I had to go in after her."
Well, you should keep a better eye on her. That place is dangerous. There's a reason we walled it off, the first says to you.
"I thought she was in better hands. Believe me, that mistake won't be made again. Again, I apologize for trespass."
Is she alright? The second one says, glancing around you at Lunala, who is still in the process of throwing up live bugs.
"I'm a doctor. I'm going to do my best, but she'll be fine."
Okay, the second wolf says to you. Well, good luck, the first one says awkwardly, kind of raising a hand at you. They don't seem mad, surprisingly.
I'm back. What did I miss?
You and Brian and Amani and Katya are all still inside the lab.
Uh-huh. I saw wolves. What happened with wolves?
Yeah, Pridwin's talking to some homeboys.
Oh, were they also trapped in here?
No, they're
Oh.
they're like guards, I think.
They came
Oh,
to
shit.
investigate after you hyper beamed the forest.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that.
Also, yeah.
I did kind
It
of
was awesome.
yeah. I did kind of shoot a fucking spirit bomb through the forest. That's my bad.
Yep, pretty fucking much. You
Yet
also
I couldn't use
notice
a hurricane.
while you are standing there, there's another woman who is waiting in the background. You see her.
Oh, she looks cool.
You can't really see her eyes, but you can tell that she's looking at you. Do you require assistance?
We'll be fine. I just need to get her back to our room.
Do the others require assistance?
I should be fine. I'm going to go back to my room and get ready for the ball tomorrow.
Then I bid you farewell. She turns and starts walking back into the forest.
We should all get ready for the ball tomorrow. I think I would like that. That would be quite nice.
Pridwin, you can sense the power radiating off of her. This is, you're almost sure, a witch.
Wonderful. He takes note of that, but he is not in the mental state to do anything right now. His focus is just on getting back to the room.
Oh, God,
Yeah.
wait, is that the witch with the living armor?
No,
Wait, it's
different one.
Oh,
That's
that
not
one's
that one.
dead, isn't it?
Katya is
no.
still hanging from the top of the hive by her feet.
Oh, let's free her.
How are we gonna get her out of the
Yeah, Apollyon
Well,
just
you
kinda-
better figure it out, Brian, because he told you to watch me. She crosses her arms frustratedly.
All right, that's Brian's responsibility.
Oh, you motherfucker.
You know, I could also actually wait. Could I theoretically, either I or summon the creature, or as I become or summon the creature, and then use its biology to try to free her from the cocoon?
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to get myself out of here, aren't I? She
Brian?
says, rubbing the bridge of her nose.
Ryan's just gonna whirlwind step up to the top of the cocoon and like as he
That was a question
up,
for the DM, by the way.
into the top to like make her fall. Like,
It was
hit
also a
part
question
of
for
his
the
arm
DM
and then-
if I can do that.
No, no, you may not speak, Apollyon. I must interrupt you. Fuck you.
Fine, it's your responsibility.
Okay, bye bye.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was answering a question.
Yes.
What were you asking me?
Brian,
Oh, he's gonna use whirlwind step. I was saying that the question I asked was for you, DM.
So you're at the top of the hive, right? That's where you went.
yeah, Brian's gonna transfigure one of his arms into like a weapon, into his weapon form,
Mhm.
and like try and slice like an overarching does not hit her feet.
So you slice at the top of the hive, and there's this weird mucusy, almost honey-like substance that comes out of it, but it does not smell like honey. It is god awful.
And can Brian catch Katya before she headbutts the ground?
You can try. Roll me a dex check.
Would a 14 work? Oh wait, do I add my dex to that?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute. Oh god, I got to do math. You mean? Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Christ math.
Calculator. Use a calculator.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Jokes on you. I somehow managed to delete my calculator app. How have I done this?
Oh, good lord.
Give me like 5 seconds. 21. 21.
You rolled a 21.
Yeah.
You just barely missed catching Katya.
You motherfucker.
She just like slips straight through your hands. But luckily,
All right.
with her head facing the ground, she manages to place her palms on the ground and kind of catch herself before crashing over. Her feet are still kind of stuck together.
Brian's gonna start cutting her feet not together.
Thanks,
attempt
she
to.
says, begrudgingly not making eye contact with you.
No problem. I'm leaving this cave at 6, but I have to watch you, so...
No, yeah, Apollyon's already leaving.
You
No,
guys
you've
already left.
gone.
Once Katya is free, she's going to get up and accompany you guys out of the lab, unless you guys want to look around first.
He's gonna look for Vera because we don't know where she went.
Vera was so like you step outside and you see Vera Lane standing with two of the wolves and the woman in armor that's walking away.
Okay, then he's just gonna leave.
Gotcha. Brian, are you also heading back to the castle?
Brian's gonna follow Katya because he has to watch her.
Katya is in.
Or just like keep her in his sight.
Yeah, she's not happy, so she starts walking towards the castle as well. You guys passing by the wolves, who kind of look bewildered, and they follow you guys back over the decrepit wall, and you guys start making your way back. The wolves turning off in the direction of the garrison, and you guys heading your way back. As all of you are walking, Pridwin, you and Lunala are a little... You were kind of ahead, but Lunala is not exactly fast right now because she has to stop every little bit to puke her guts up again. Apollyon has caught up to you, and you can see the others in the distance behind you.
Yeah, he's going at as slow a pace as possible just to make sure that she's all right.
Are you guys gonna say anything to each other, or are you guys just gonna make eye contact and keep walking?
Well, Apollyon's memories just got filled with a lot of depression, so he's just gonna walk back.
Apollyon is
Brian's gonna
mad
pick
depressed.
up and
You
be
might
like-
actually notice that too, Pridwin, that Apollion's entire demeanor changed.
I don't think he will.
Okay.
Brian's just gonna be like, "Oh God, my buddy's depressed now, and I have to watch a child. What is it, Monday?"
Yeah, so you guys make your way back to the castle, back to the guest rooms, back to the quad. You see that the doors to the other Sokolov residence are closed. And you guys make your way inside and you run into Silva and Varuna, who are already asleep. They're in there, and the rest of your party members are also about. Katya, Brian, and Amani come in last.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are in your room. Is there anything you guys want to say or do?
Brian's gonna talk to Apollyon. So,
I will
So
add
what
that Katya picked up the stick on the way back inside.
Brian's gonna talk to Apollyon. I know this is probably a bad thing to talk about, and you probably don't want to. But what was in those memories you picked up?
I saw a woman. She was nurturing this girl who happened to be the bug lady. And for some reason I felt anger when I saw her, this woman. The last I saw of her, she beat the girl, seemed angry, and then she left. That was the last thing I saw.
And supposedly, that turned into that bug creature we just murdered.
Yes, would you like to see her again?
No, thank you. I might be very tempted to shoot it with a solar ray again until it explodes.
Hmm.
I do like me a good explosion. And he's just gonna wink and go back to making sure Katya didn't fucking sneak out. With the stick.
Uh-huh. Also, I'm gonna text.
Wait, where's Solon? What's Solon up to?
I was still at the library. I'm headed back now.
Okay.
Yeah, Solon is probably the last one that enters you guys' quad and shuts the door. All of you are kind of together again. Lunala has finally stopped vomiting. Hooray.
Yippee! I'm ready for that ball.
Are you now?
Yes.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
as
shoot the ball
soon-
hard?
Apollyon loves extravagance.
I know. I can tell.
Well-
So, is there anything you guys want to talk about before you guys crash?
Pretty much the moment Lunala stops vomiting and is fine, Pridwin just immediately lays down and goes to bed.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Brian's gonna just take one quick glance around the room, see if he notices anything.
What are you looking for?
Literally anything. Like something that just looks out of place. Maybe that leads to a secret passage.
Roll.
Because that would be cool. You said roll a perception check?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What does a natural 20 get me?
Oh.
Nothing.
Brian,
Yeah.
you notice, and you wouldn't have noticed it, except there was just the strangest feeling of something wrong. You're being watched right now. Everybody
Oh.
else is falling asleep and is comfortable, and the windows in this room are closed. The door is locked, but somehow you are being watched right now. And the only other person in this room that seems to be awake is Katya and possibly the stick. You're not really sure what awake looks like for the stick.
Can you tell where he's being watched from? Like a general direction?
You're not sure of a direction. However, the other thing that your nat 20 gives you is you notice that there seems to be something off about Katya.
Like what? Katya, are you alright? You seem a bit off. I mean, aside from, getting kidnapped by a bug and hung upside down by your feet.
Look, I know you're supposed to watch me, but that doesn't have to mean we're friends, okay?
I understand we're not friends, but I can still be concerned. I'm
You
not
see
a
that
complete asshole
she's
all of the time.
You see that she's the way she says this, it's not necessarily that she means it, but you get the sense that she doesn't want to talk to you, almost like she shouldn't talk to you.
I mean, I understand we're not friends, but if something is bothering you, I'm probably the last person you'd want to talk to, but I am here.
What do you want me to say?
Nothing, I'm just saying.
It's
you seemed
not
a bit off.
safe here.
No, it's very clearly is not.
He's close.
Is it safe? He? Who is he?
She just glances around, curling her knees to her chest, her arms wrapping tight around her shins. He's back.
Is back? Like, do you have a name?
You hear somewhere outside the walls in the distance a low, resounding howl.
Is he whoever that howl was just from?
She
With
curls
the
her arms tighter around her knees.
with the sound of the howl, the twig is actually going to start emitting a smoke screen.
Just out of habit.
Yeah,
like a squid stinking.
So you notice the stick just starts to emit smoke.
Oh, this is gonna sound weird. Is your stick okay?
I don't know.
I mean, he looks to be smoking.
That's a good point. Are you on fire?
no.
You did that earlier, too. She pokes at you. Is this
I mean-
normal? She kind of flips you upside down, looking you over.
Yes, this is how I defend myself.
You defend yourself by self-destructing?
Do you... Sir with the weird obsession with sailing. Can you
Yes.
see us right now?
Yes. Actually, wait, can Brian see them?
You're close enough that you could probably make out their outlines.
I'm close enough to where I can see the outline of you guys.
But that's it, right?
Yes.
Katya, can you see weird obsessive sailor man?
My name is Brian.
Oh. Yeah.
Do you see now the purpose of the smoke?
This is nifty.
It is useful.
Is that all you can do? Can you make more smoke?
I have no doubt I could totally make more smoke.
He has the index finger in that sort of smart, uplifted, like, haha
Oh boy.
way, floating around, going, in due time, in due time.
Please just don't make everyone suffocate on smoke. That'd be kind of unfortunate.
Neat.
Good point.
It'd be a kind of bad way to go.
Yeah, you should probably maybe make this go away.
Yes.
I don't want Predwin yelling at us. He's already upset.
So that's his name. I called him Shellman because he looks like a giant shell.
Should have called him Turtle Man.
Also, both good names. Katya nods in approval.
Okay, but yeah, who, back to the whole, he is back thing. Who's he?
Huh?
Never mind.
She looks at you.
Never mind. I forget I
Okay.
said anything. So what happened when you just kind of, yeeted the stick? Like, it got embedded into a wall in the library.
Oh, well,
The
the
second
big
announcement was
weird
just
bug thing was chasing us, so I pushed Virulane outside. And then I tried to climb the wall because I don't have wings like she does. At least I don't think so yet. And it didn't
Yeah.
work because the ivy was, like, not strong. And I'm not fat, but, like, I'm not small either, I guess. So, like, it just kind of fell down. And then the bug got me. And then he kind of bashed me over the head, and I didn't like it very much. And she wipes at some blood that's trickling out of her nose. And then I got stuck inside of the hive thing. And then Pridwin came in all angry. That was pretty much it.
And then he thunder punched it in the face twice, which, might I say, was really entertaining.
And then he thunder punched it in the face twice.
And Solon kind of used a giant laser beam. Or Solon, Soma, Apollyon, whatever his name is. Bill Nye the Science Guy.
That's okay. You're new here.
Oh.
You're allowed to make mistakes on names. For a minute.
Everyone in this
Names are
group
complicated.
seems weirdly obsessed with killing things, and oddly really good at it.
Well,
Hey, when
that's
you're
kind
good at
of a
something-
point of the school that they're in. We're supposed to get good at it. That's what they train you for.
Explosions. Explosions are also very nice.
I will have to keep this in mind going forward.
I mean, it's not like you're in danger or anything, but
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't accidentally get hit by a stray solar ray, that is.
it's
I'm not
important
in danger.
that we only do it to people who deserve it, she says, glaring at you, Brian.
I'm
And
not
not
in
hurt
danger, Skylar.
other people.
Okay. That was one time, alright? Actually, probably two.
It's been more than once, she crosses her arms.
Okay, at least two. Maybe three.
Huh.
I don't remember, alright? My memory's kind of bad. Alright, well, I'd say we best get some sleep before the big old ball tomorrow.
I'm excited for that ball.
You guys go
God,
ahead.
you were awake?
No,
Polyon's
he's
just
okay.
opening his eyes, saying that, and closing his eyes again.
Bro? Damn.
Apollyon lurks. He doesn't sleep.
Yeah, you're right. So, you guys begin to, each of you, fall into a
rather fitful sleep. While you are doing so, I need to know, Pridwin, you pocketed the book with the schematics, right?
Yep.
And the book about the living armor, which thing that died.
Yeah, he's clutching his bag like
I
he's
need you to
basically wrapped
roll me
around it right now.
a counter perception check.
Okay.
Oh,
A counter perception.
so like a sneaking hidden first. presence.
Natural
You're
20?
countering a presence check.
Oh shit. Natural 20. Oh shit.
Oh damn, it's 2 in a row.
You open your eyes to see a hand reaching into your bag.
He's immediately going to grab whatever's trying to touch his bag by the throat.
Oh,
You grip tightly, lifting them off of the ground with your strength and surprise. It's Katya.
You just
strangle grabbed Katya. Damn.
She's looking at you with her eyes wide, filled with terror.
Katya. He drops her immediately.
She hits the ground, landing on her butt, and grips at her throat, her eyes wide, looking almost shell-shocked.
What the hell are you doing?
Her eyes well up at the situation and your sudden tone, and she starts to silently cry.
Katya.
Who's all awake for this?
Apollyon is awake.
Probably just Apollyon at this point, because this is
Okay.
later on.
Oh,
Yeah.
Does the stick still sleep?
No. Driftwood is also
Okay.
Yeah.
aware.
Driftwood.
Okay,
Inking
yeah.
everywhere.
Apollyon is going to
Drift
walk
one
over
is
to...
doing the zinking impression.
The more smoke begins to spill out of it.
Apollyon's gonna run over to Katya and like grip her shoulders, and he says, "Pridwin, what are you doing?"
He's holding the arm that grabbed her and looking down at it, and he says, I woke up to somebody trying to get into my bag. I thought it was one of those Laskin bastards. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Katya rubs at her eyes, looking at you over her arm. I just wanted the book. Sister told me to get it.
Why?
The book is evil. How does it know?
I don't know.
How did she know about it?
I don't know.
I know, Narcissa. If she... I say give it to her if she needs it.
He's going to pull the book from the bag and look down at it. Did she tell you to make sure I didn't know about it?
I don't trust it.
Katya doesn't say anything.
Did she tell you to steal it from me?
She just told me to get it.
The next time, ask me, Katya.
She flinches.
We're supposed to be a team. We're supposed to work together. When you...
But you were asleep. You said you didn't want to be bothered.
If it's important, you let people know.
I just didn't want you to be mad at me.
He's going to set the book down in front of her and say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, and do you know why I'm upset right now?
She shakes her head no.
Because you ran off on your own again. Into danger.
But I learned something.
It doesn't matter. You ran off on your own. Look,
Wasn't by myself. I had Vera and the stick with me.
We do not know Vera, and the stick could not have gone and got us if something bad happened. You might have thrown it, but
He didn't tell you?
I didn't talk to it. I knew where you were going and I went straight there, but Apollyon did. But that's not important. Look, I know you can take care of yourself, and I know that you're strong, but we are supposed to be a team, and when you run off like that on your own without telling us, without working with us, things like that happen. What happens if you go off on your own without any of us knowing, and I can't find you?
Rip Solon.
Rip Solon.
Yeah, he had to go. It's all good.
Damn.
May he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace.
Sorry for your loss.
Moment of silence. Okay, silence over.
All right.
Look, do you know how dangerous of a situation we're in right now?
She is just staring at you, wiping away tears.
Katia, you need to understand, recklessness doesn't just put you in danger. He looks down at his hand again and says, it puts other people in danger. You need to...
There's a moment. She shifts. Her posture changes. Her eyes change. Well, it seems like she doesn't want to talk to you anymore.
Apollyon, let's go.
Appreciate the strong, comforting hands, but yeah, you can stop. She appreciated it though. In the moment.
Pridwin just rubs his eyes and says, why do you need the book?
To confirm a theory.
He gestures to it. It's all yours. It looks similar to the other one we found, so I'm assuming it has something to do with that.
She picks the book up. Starts flipping through it. Quite. It's her handwriting, all right. Confirms my theory.
Don't tell me it's...
Cassie's? Yeah.
Hmm.
My niece is many things, but her handwriting has always been terrible, despite the centuries she has had to work on it.
She's up to no good here. I saw her with that knight back at Sokolov.
A knight.
Yes, I have a book here. she has some sort of bodyguard that I guess somebody in my family knows, which who wears this heavy plate armor.
It's not my concern. My concern is the reason that she wanted to meet with you that day.
Oh.
It has to do with this book, she says, setting it back down in front of you. Those are her diagrams for a weapon that she built. The same weapon that'll... Her eyes drift over towards Lunala. Well, you know.
So that's the diagram for the sword.
It's early projections, planning, and thoughts, but yes, it appears to be the beginnings of her notes on it.
What should we do with it?
My advice? Put it with the other one and keep it away from everyone. Wouldn't want something like this falling into someone else's hands. Not that they'd be able to read it, mind you. There's only a few people in the world who can read this kind of writing.
That was my intention. I'm assuming that we can't simply destroy this one either.
Oh no, this one is quite burnable, I assure you. There are no magic seals, no protections placed on this at all. It appears this is simply a journal.
Then, do you think it would be worth destroying, or do you think we should keep it safe?
That is up to you.
Can I have Brian just wake up here for like 5 minutes for the comedic timing of you saying destroying and burning?
Mm-hmm.
Someone say burning.
He sits straight up in bed.
You're not going to do whatever solar storm thing you're going to do.
Okay, I'm going back to sleep.
Falls back over.
Apollyon reaches his hand out and he says, I can take care of it.
I don't know if it could do any of the, if it could replicate any of the things that sword can do, then it would be a problem.
Yes, we only need one apocalyptic level sword here. One is bad enough.
I can take care of the book if need be.
If you can keep it safer than I can, then I'll entrust it to you.
Just destroy it.
Apollyon takes it.
Oh, just destroy it. Gotta do it.
You hold the leather-bound book in your hand, and for a moment, Apollyon, you breathe in the scent of the journal, but not so much the journal itself, but its author. The thick, sweet smell of that unusual blood that you are so familiar with. And it sparks something in you.
Oh.
It's something that's been bothering you since you arrived. There's a memory that's been nagging at the back of your mind. And you can't really place it, so you've kind of just pushed it aside. But now, for just a moment, you swear to God that you recognize another smell that you've been catching whiffs of throughout the entire castle, throughout the grounds. There's someone here that you know.
Can I roll memory?
Go ahead.
That is a 15.
You can't really explain it. It's not so much that a certain memory surfaces, or a face or a person. It's just a feeling. A feeling that used to emanate from them. You get a solid, unbridled, unstoppable sense of rage.
Mephisto.
Not quite.
Not quite. Who else
He
am I angry
has
at?
he has a different vibe from this.
Who else is Apollyon pissed at?
Are you sure you're pissed at them?
It could be one of your many enemies, I assume you have.
Wait.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Go on. Go back to sleep if you like. I will try to calm her, Narcissa says.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I need to... He just rubs his eyes and goes to lay back down.
You're going to have to make this up to her, Narcissa says, going back to her spot.
Pridwin doesn't respond.
Fair enough. Is there anything anybody else wants to do during the night?
Can Brian wake up for a brief moment and see if he still feels like he's being watched?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have to roll another perception check for that?
No. You awaken because you feel like you're being watched. That feeling never went away.
Oh,
And it
fine.
doesn't go away the whole night.
And he still can't figure out where it's coming from?
Nope.
Are there blinds in front of the windows?
Mm-hmm.
Can he shut them?
They're all closed.
Well then where in the fuck? Was there an illusionary walls? Is this Dark Souls? Brian's just gonna like walk over to... Is there like a gap between the wall and like a cabinet type deal?
Okay, you can search the room if you want.
He's gonna search the room a little bit.
You
Like just
start
gently pushing on the wall.
walking around the room, trying to look for like a Scooby-Doo trap door, I guess. You are having no luck. Doesn't seem that there's any secret passages. It doesn't seem that there's, there's no eyeballs staring at you through a painting.
Brian's gonna look.
By this point, you're starting to wonder if you're maybe just crazy.
Brian's gonna look under his bed. See if, or actually no, he's gonna go talk to the stick. Is
Okay.
the stick awake?
The stick doesn't sleep, so yes.
Oh, okay. He's gonna talk to the. He's gonna talk to the stick. Hey, stick.
Yes.
I might be crazy.
Brain.
Brian. I might be going crazy
Bruce,
here, but
yes.
Do you get the feeling that we're being watched?
All the time.
I mean, I'm watching you.
Okay. Oh, so are you the really weird feeling of being watched all of the time throughout the night?
No, that's something I've just dealt with my entire life.
Oh.
Something's always watching me. Finley birds.
It's probably just one of the million different factions that are spying on us.
Well, yes, but there
Go
should
back
be
to
no
bed,
way-
Pridwin. You hear Lunala say next to you.
But there should be no way for them to. I mean, how? Like, there's no secret doors I found. There's no trap.
I mean,
no illusionary
again,
walls.
I'm watching you.
Yes, but I've been feeling this.
Can
feeling
you
all
tell?
night, unless you're literally watching me sleep, which would be incredibly weird. It's not you.
But no, what I'm saying is that I, a stick that appears to be an inanimate object, am watching you.
God, I hate you.
There could be anything here.
They're in the
What is
walls,
wrong?
man!
They're in the goddamn walls!
You know,
It's game over, man!
I'll just deal with this shit in the morning. Brian says, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I'm going back to fucking sleep. And if you keep watching me while I'm sleeping, I'm going to burn you to cinders.
Apollyon watching him from the window.
Brian's just gonna slap Polly on first and then go back to sleep. Just whack and then sleep.
Oh, okay.
You go back to sleep.
Can
the
I
feeling never leaving you. Go ahead.
can I try and sense presences?
Go ahead.
That's a 2.
Maybe.
You know, Brian snores really loud. You didn't
Oh,
think that
Brian
kind of
snore-
sound could come out of a human, but God, can it?
That's awesome.
At least he's fine now. Smoke shrug.
Luke shrug.
So, you guys doze off, finally, those of you that can. And in the morning, you awake to find Solon, Katya, Apollyon, and the stick are no longer in your room.
Oh god fucking damn it. What did I do? Get spatially transported to another room?
I could do that for you.
So
But
wait,
you
is
won't
it
know
just me,
until
or
next session, because that's where I'm going to call it.
You
Oh
mother
boy.
dumper, you pancake sausage on a stick. I am upsetty spaghetti.
It has been a pleasure.
It
Yes.
has been very fun.
Really, it's been fun.
Yes, good to
Yeah,
see you
that's
again,
good.
Guns.
Thank you guys for
Yeah.
doing
Steady
voices.
spaghetti.
It was
If you guys would like to come back and do
Yay!
voices again, would love to
Or
have
I
you.
will be here.
If you just want to come play a character and join us, that'd be great too.
Nah, I gotta fulfill my
Oh.
promise of making me a Lecto fangirl group here.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see if my other characters ever make a reappearance.
Oh, they will, for sure.
Wink.
One day.
They'll be back.
Maybe.
Wink.
Next
maybe in the
session will
Soma arc.
be
Fun
next session will
stuff.
be in 2 weeks, so Tuesday after next is when we'll be back.
All right.
If any of you have questions, shoot them to me, or if you need anything, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna call here.
All right. I have a ability. Yeah, I'm gonna